world, it's so vast and deep. All these things, wild and new to see. On my own, far from home, I was scared alone. When your beat showed the way to me. We're breaking through, down to the core. No stopping us, not anymore. Inside the storm, I found the key. Your beat rang out, my voice has been released. Hear it call. It's whispering truth. This melody in harmony will strike a chord that's gonna break us free. When it all seems so dark and bleak, when the whole looks so cold and deep, I hold tight, leave it all, just let go and fall. Let your beat light the way for me. We're breaking through, down to the core. No stopping us, not anymore. Inside the cage, in the beast, your beat rang out. My voice has been released. Hear it call. It's shouting the truth. Just sing with me. This melody will strike a chord that's gonna break us free. Look at us, so big and small, two together through it all. Heart of gold, a wish come true. You and me, unbreakable. We're breaking through, right to the core. No stopping us, not anymore. I'm heading home to city streets. Your beat now mine. Our dreams are lost, unleashed. You and me, my hand in your hand. Our two voices entwined in a crescendo, spiraling up, rising forever. You and me, we set the rhythm of my heart free. It was bounding in hopes that this day would come. It beat a tempo in time with your own heart, playing a song just for us to sing.
All right. What is up, everybody? What is up? Here, there, everywhere, nowheres, allwheres, somewheres, anywheres. Anyway, what is up? My name is Oaf here at OOOH Gaming. Currently, it is 1400 hours, 9 minutes past, 10 minutes past, locally in the Eastern Time Zone. What is up, everybody? We've got more DK Bananza DLC for you guys today. Now, I did a little bit more yesterday, last night, whatever you want to call it, and that's why we have two new layers unlocked and all that, which means we have quite a lot of points to go until we get that final Pauline outfit. But I did unlock a new Pauline outfit last night, and I got 2 more layers for you guys. That is what we're going to continue doing with the DK.
Here is your bucket in which to shit.
Hello, Mrs. Oaf. That's what we're going to do today with the DK Bananza DLC. We're going to continue on getting more points to get higher up rewards. To mention what I was just mentioning, I went ahead and I got Forest Layer done yesterday for you guys, Freezer Layer as well, and Feast Layer. So I did those 3 between streams, and it seems like, yes, it's going to be way easier to do some of these at the level 1 setting. Some of these I obviously went ahead and did their 2s. You can do the final credits on DK Island as many times as you want. Lagoon Layer, I did the 1, the 2, and the 4. Hilltop 1, 2, and 4. Canyon 1, 3, and 4. Freezer, I've done 1, 2, and I think that's it. So, yeah. I only did 1 on the Forest Layer, so today, since we have all of those now with their medals, let's go ahead and get to Resort and Landfill. Those are the 2 newest layers that were added to Emerald Rush. But a cool little thing I've noticed is, and I shared it to the OOOH level Discord in the spoilers section, I know that I tagged Dan in it, and I know I mentioned this a bit. Yes, the name, your player name is in the credits. I showed him that. But I also mentioned, if you look at the map and the way everything goes, how you go from immediately Radiance down to Feast on that line with a slight detour to Groove, I'm thinking this is Void's pathway he took. Very well could be. Anyway, like I said, 1400 hours, 12 minutes past, September 17th, 2025. I'm OOOH here at OOOH Gaming. Let's get back into more DK. I'm thinking we'll go ahead and get to Landfill. 6 rounds. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the easy round first, and then we'll work our way up. I told you guys, gonna 100% this DLC. Does that mean I'm going to do each layer on each difficulty? Maybe, maybe not. As long as I get all collectibles and stuff undone, then we're good. Unlocked, not undone. Go to 50. You got it there, boss. There you go. Welcome to the landfill layer. If I can get a little bit more emerald, I can turn into elephant. And elephant's actually pretty fucking busted on this layer. There you go. Why didn't I do a tunneling system like this when I first got here? Like, in the playthrough. Smash some dirt. I'm technically already doing that, though. There you go. I'm not even in Kong Bananza form right now, and I'm still doing that. There you go. Haha. There you go. Got the 50. And dun 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 dun. Dig. Dig like your life depends on it. Quick storage, good. Good. I need better lungs because that's gonna help like tenfold. Elephant Forager, fuck yes. Possibly the best or, you know, most overpowered Bananza in this game. Big egg explosions to get that going, I guess. Elephant Forager, why not? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Wild Warrior. Oh shit. Rotus, I'll be here but quiet for now because my day has been a bucket full of crap and I'm watching your gameplay while trying to calm down a couple. Oh, I got you, Rotus. I got you. I'm sorry. I didn't see that till now. I understand, Rotus. I will say this, Rotus. If you ever plan on getting a Switch 2, I know that you're not that big of a Donkey Kong fan, but I highly suggest getting this DLC. Because even if you only played a little bit of Donkey Kong 64, Donkey Kong Island is in this game now. This is a really good DLC to help with that too, because I've noticed last night I was playing Emerald Rush for a few hours just trying to get my mind off stuff. Yeah, it's so. But I just saw now, Rotus, and I'm sorry about that, my dude. I hope today goes by a little bit better later on, you know? Hopefully it's not a complete shit show all day, but, you know, looking out for you, bud. Hope things, get better, basically, you know? Hey! That's another skill. Party groove. Nice. Got 150 emeralds for me. Good. Now get back to work. You want me to get through? Hey, it's Fed. Try manga to chill. Helps me relax. What's up, Fed? It could, yeah. I had not a lot of manga, but I had the first volume of Naruto. So literally, like, you know, episode 1, 2, and 3 of Naruto. I had that first manga. I had Soul Eater 1, 2, and 3, if I remember correctly. I had Ocarina of Time Part 1, Part 2, which was the entire Ocarina of Time manga. I had Bleach Part 1, which was the first volume. Like, when it came to, like, Bleach, Soul Eater, and Naruto, I literally had an omnibus that was the first 3 volumes in one of those 3. So it was Naruto 1, 2, 3, Bleach 1, 2, 3, and then Soul Eater 1, 2, 3, but in an omnibus giant book. God, like, I didn't have, like, I had another manga series, and I don't remember what it was. What was it called? Because I read it back when I was in high school, and I don't know if I'd ever read it again, because I only got, like, 2 of the issues, but it was, like, 2 of their omnibuses. Let me see if I can find it real quick. God, when I say that I read a vampire manga in high school, yes, I read Chibi Vampire, because that was in the school library. But that's not the one I'm talking about. The one I'm talking about, I actually owned the first two omnibuses, which was like their first 14 chapters or whatever the fuck. These things were huge, right? But I can't fucking remember what it was called. What was it called? Vampire Manga 2012, I guess. So that's like in the middle of my high school years. No, it wasn't Night. It wasn't Rosaria. Was it Rosa? No, it was Dance in the Vampire Bund. Bund. I read the first two omnibuses, which was like their first, what was it? Their first 13 or 14 issues or whatever the fuck in two giant fucking goddamn omnibuses. But it was called Vampire Bund. That's what I read in high school. And it's quite lengthy. It's quite lengthy. Anyway, I never had physical pad, but I like to believe it's completely legal if it's easy. Gotcha. I know what that means. How you doing today, Fed? Doing alright? As I accidentally pressed the Windows button. There you go. There you go. Hey, stronger lungs. There's this really amazing manga that's pretty long called Top Tier Providence. It's like a cultivation type manga, but it memes itself so much while still being serious at times. Can I send you? Yeah, DM me the link, Fed. I'll probably take a look at it later on. Because that sounds familiar, like I've heard that one before as well. There you go. Got 300 for me. Yes, I did. Now get 500. All right, boss. Should probably smash some Cracktonium now that I'm thinking about it. Recommend Brave browser, any ad block enabled as a... Oh, I know what that means. I know what that means. So, for instance, if I opened up my web browser for you guys and showed Pixlr, right? The video editing software that's online for free and blah, blah, blah. I've been using it since I was in school. A lot of the stuff when it comes to, like, editing and stuff like that, I first learned in high school years and years and years ago. So here's Pixlr, right? And I know what you mean, Fed. It looks normal, right? So if I press create new and then, you know, make any project, just wait for it. Just wait for it. Because this entire sidebar is going to be littered with fucking pop-up ads, and then pop-up ads are going to show up here on the top, and then down here on the bottom left, like you're on a wiki page. No, ad removed. Finally. But like 4 or 5 ads will be like showing videos here, and then you get a pop-up over here, and then this and this. And it's only on like Pixlr, and like if you go onto a wiki. Or a wikia, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Oh man, I hate that shit. Reminds me of Kiss Anime from when I was, you know, a kid. watch Kiss anime or fucking Kiss cartoon back in the day if you ever wanted to watch something but you didn't have any means to do so. Nice. Good gold champ. Website solved, but they gotta get their money somehow, so ads are a pain otherwise. Like, I use Brave Browser and phone for free ad, but yeah, I'm very, so when it comes to ad blockers, I'm very, very picky about that. Only because I've had ad blockers in the past, but they don't block ads, they actually increase ads. And I know what the immediate thought is of, well, that's not an ad blocker. I know, but that's every ad blocker I've used. So I just, you know, when it comes to extensions and ad blocker extensions, websites, and all this stuff, I just kind of suck it up, because whenever I've used ad blockers in the past, they don't work, or they just make my device crash. So I don't know. And you'd be surprised though, but like YouTube has stopped allowing ad blockers, to my knowledge. Twitch doesn't allow them at all. Like, if you want to use an ad blocker on Twitch, you can't watch a stream, from what I've noticed. See one ad every like month and a half. Interesting. We may talk more on that later on, Fed. Excuse me. Well, that's one. That was an early poke. And then Mrs. Oaf will be getting off work here soon enough, she told me. So then she can come home, get her stuff packed up one last time, or make sure her stuff's packed up, I guess, before she goes on her vacation for a week. 5.5 days, so I don't know, roughly a week. There you go. Look at the top left of the screenshot you just sent. Okay. I'm being timed on this too, so I gotta pause. Okay. Alright. One thing I'm very much happy about, and I know I sent it to Dan. Is anybody here a fan of Full Metal Alchemist? Specifically Brotherhood, the best version of Full Metal Alchemist. I'm not talking about Full Metal Alchemist Run #1 or Full Metal Alchemist Run #2. I'm talking about Brotherhood, the definitive best version of FMA. If anybody is a fan of Full Metal like me, did you know that they partnered with Webtoon? Like, the Webtoon with that lime green coloring and the white lettering? I had Webtoon back in 2017, 2018 because I was reading a manga that this South Korean artist put out, and it ended after like a year or two. It was really good. I don't remember what it was called, but it was basically like this guy who lived in an apartment next door to this one gal, and the guy was a germaphobe but also wanted a pet but also didn't want to touch anything, so he got a fish. And it was real sweet, it was real nice, I really liked the story. But that same Webtoon that has, like, you know, Ice Cream Sandwich and all them other motherfuckers that are on YouTube got partnered with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Full color, every single issue of Brotherhood in color, in vertical format, for free. So, I'm just sharing that because it's almost been a year since that happened. And I'm a fucking huge fan of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. So I thought, you know what, might as well share that. Which, you know, not sponsored at all. But just thought I'd share. But yeah, I saw what you sent, Fed.
I knew we could do it.
Nice. There you go.
We got a skill back.
Fuck yeah, we got a skill back. Entrance Slayer, huh? Never watched Full Metal Alchemist, to be honest. Just seen like 20 seconds of the live action one or something. That's the problem. You saw the live action. So, okay, I've seen the live action Full Metal Alchemist. It's good. Winry, though, is not in Full Metal Alchemist or Brotherhood that much. They put Winry in there way too much. She's not even in the show that much, but her character itself is that important. All what Winry is there for is two reasons. One, to make sure that Ed and Al don't die, so if they need any upgrades or any, you know, fixing to their automail, she does it. Because she's the one who gave them the automail. She's basically their mechanic. And the second one is she's the love interest for Al. I mean, for Ed. For Ed, not Al. Jesus Christ. She's the love interest for Ed. That's the only two things. Sadly, Winry's character is mainly wrapped up in her trying to learn more automail techniques, mostly in the story, so that's why she goes to the Ishval Valley. But she's there for a majority of the show. So, like, when it comes to the original anime of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, there's one movie that's canon. Yes, one movie that's canon to the show. But the entire show takes place in that story within under a year. Didn't watch long enough to know any of these characters mentioned, just warning you. Okay, so the only girl you see in the live action is Winry. What I'm getting at, though, is, Fed, you'd probably watch it. Because you know how Cowboy Bebop is less than 20 or less than 30 episodes entirely for its series? I think it's actually 13 episodes in total makes Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop is like less than 20, so I'll have to double check it. I'll have to double check it and look it up again. But I've seen Cowboy Bebop tons of times growing up. It's one of my top 3. The total episode length of Cowboy Bebop is Cowboy Bebop episode list. There's a total of... I'm sorry. 26 episodes. There's only 26 episodes in Cowboy Bebop. So you can watch all of Cowboy Bebop in like a day and a half, if you really wanted to. When it comes to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood list of episodes... Heard of Winry, or however you spell it, but that's about it. I usually watch non-popular animes with only a few main. Of course, I'm just gonna say this, Fed, but of course the only character you know about is Winry. Okay. So, Brotherhood, if I'm looking at this correctly, is 64 episodes. That's it. It's not even that long. The episodes released from, if you could believe this, April 5th of 2009 all the way up to July 4th of 2010. So it's not that long of an anime. I think you'd be able to have a good time because there's only one season. Technically, it's supposed to be 2 seasons, but they never split it up into 2 seasons, so it was marked as a 1-season anime. But that's just it. So, Brotherhood, the definitive version of Full Metal Alchemist, because there's already 2 versions of the manga and 1 version of the anime that aired before that. There's the Full Metal Alchemist anime. Don't watch that. That's incomplete. Watch Brotherhood. It's the complete full version of the entire Full Metal Alchemist story. And it's only 64 episodes. And then if you really want, watch Cowboy Bebop, which that's only 26 episodes. Neither one of these shows are very long anyway, but there is no filler. That's the key thing when it comes to Full Metal Alchemist. There is no filler. This isn't like your Dragon Ball or your One Piece or your My Hero Academia or your Bleach or any of your popular anime. There is no filler when it comes to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. At all. At all. Every single episode is important. And if you care about ratings, 9.1 out of 10 on IMDb, 4.9 out of 5 on Crunchyroll, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, 93% of people like this show from Google users. It's that good. It's that good. Brotherhood is that good. I would 100% suggest that if you have not watched it. As well as, of course, Cowboy Bebop. Because Cowboy Bebop is literally 1 season, 26 episodes. So yeah, I highly suggest checking out those 2. They're not very long, but those 2 anime are some of my favorites. I would actually classify those 2 within my top 5. Maybe even my top 3. That's how strong I would suggest these 2. And I know that they've been hella popular for years and years now, but I've watched both countless times, and I still watch both to this day. 26 episodes, 64 episodes on the other one. No filler. Everything is important, and I think you get it. I think you'd like it. Your top 5 is mostly isekais. Oh, so Sword Art Online. Or all right. Well, I kind of understand. I didn't serve it anyway. Listen, there's no shame in saying you liked Sword Art Online, because I like that one. That was the last anime I watched. Sword Art Online was the last anime I watched. I'm one of those people who grew up watching anime, and when Sword Art Online came out, I watched it. I watched the entire first season. I watched the entire second season, Alfheim. When they got to Gun Gale, I got to maybe the 3rd episode, and then I just couldn't watch it anymore. Because when they started making this story plot of Kirito's cousin is totally into him, be like, but they're cousins. Yeah, but this is Japan, so he can fuck his own cousin. I don't want that. And then there's this one chick who is a total snob who doesn't like guns, but plays a game about guns, and once it got to Gun Gale, it just stopped making sense. The antagonist of Season 1 makes your skin crawl too much. Also, they kept going, I think. Season 1's antagonist, the guy who made the game, yeah, he was creepy as fuck, and I didn't like him either. But he was important. And that's the thing. The Season 1 antagonist isn't the one I had a problem with. It was the Season 2. The Season 2 guy who was in charge of Alfheim, who had Asuna trapped inside of a cage, suspended from a tree, who was licking her arm. Yeah, that Season 2 guy of Alfheim, that's who I had a problem with, but not so much Season 1. Was it the same guy? I highly doubt, because at the end of Season 1, he died. Was it? It's been over 10 years since I watched. Nope, not the same guy. Yeah, not the same guy. The villain in season 1 was the guy in the red armor. That's his character. But his real life person who was linked up to it via the life link kind of thing. The season 1 villain was the creator of the game of Sword Art Online, but the season 2 villain was the guy who was in charge of the nerve gear. So the guy who was in charge of the tech that you could use to turn it into like a 4D VR kind of thing, the guy in charge of the VR goggles, he was the villain of season 2. But the guy who was the villain of season 1 was the creator of the game of Sword Art. The creator of the game of Sword Art was not the guy who made the nerve gear. The nerve gear would be the console, but Sword Art would be the game. So the creator of the game was the villain of the first season, but the creator of the console was the villain of the second season. I just had to double check that right now. Yeah, he was dead. His physical body, sure. But he announced in the show that his consciousness was still linked up to the game. And the only reason why his consciousness was able to survive after his body died is because the villain of season 2, the guy who made the console, the game gear, or whatever the fuck, the nerve gear, that guy killed the guy from season 1, the creator of the game. Took his idea and took all the money. If you remember at the end of season 2, when Kirito successfully wakes up Asuna, he rushes to the hospital and is almost killed by the creator of the game, of Elfheim, with a knife in the parking lot of the hospital, because the creator of the game wanted to keep Asuna in a sub-state. He wanted to keep her in the game because he wanted her. That's right. The creator of the Nerve Gear console, the villain of season 2, wanted to marry a 16-year-old by keeping her in a stasis state. And to do so, he murdered the guy who created the Sword Art game, the villain of season 1. I never considered the creator of the first game an antagonist, personally. Well, that's the thing, too. Like, the villain of... Either way, when I said I was discussed, we're talking about the same... Yeah, we're talking about the same guy. The guy who was licking her... Yeah. It was some other guy that took over the company that captured Asuna since season 1. So, it's been so long, I've forgotten all about that show, but... Yeah, the guy who was... the Elfheim villain... Oberon. He is the one responsible for keeping 300 Nerve Gear victims, including Asuna, prisoner, even after Sword Art Online ended. However, I don't think he was in the first game. I don't think he was in the first season. The only thing he had in the first season was... Okay. Yes, in real life, because Asuna's father was rich as fuck, Asuna's father went ahead and arranged a marriage to a very wealthy business executive that Asuna's father worked with or worked for. That business executive had an arranged marriage with Asuna, and when she woke up from her game, she was to marry him, but the guy jumped the gun. And since he was in charge of her life support because he was the guy in charge of the Nerve Gear console, he's the one that kept Asuna and 300 people on life support after Sword Art went offline. The funny thing is, he was not in Sword Art. The only involvement he had in Sword Art Season 1 He was a really rich business executive at Nerve Gear, and he didn't make a... It says here he didn't make a game character for the game until Alfheim Season 2. Because what he was doing in Season 1 was literally keeping the life support on for the creator of Sword Art, aka the villain of Season 1. So he didn't enter the video game world until after the killing virus was gone. So when his boss died in the Sword Art ending, and the killing virus was finally, you know, terminated, that guy now has more money. He now has the name of, oh, I can now run Sword Art Online. I own this console, the Nerve Gear that it runs on. I now own the game. So now he makes a character, and since he found out his, you know, arranged marriage wife Asuna is in the game, he goes, yeah, that's how that happens. He was never in the first season, but either way, yeah, he's the worst. He's the worst. Oh, and then he comes after Kirito with a knife. Oh, god damn. But you know what made me stop watching anime? It'd be something called Attack on Titan. I fucking hate that show. And then everybody's like, oh, you should watch it. Be like, no. So then it turned into the whole thing of like, you guys have heard me talk about it, but Game of Thrones, you know how people overhype that shit like crazy? And then there's a lot of people like myself who will never watch Game of Thrones because people are like, oh, you should watch it, you should watch it, you should watch it. And then they talk about the show like all the time. And then I'm like, if you want me to watch some fucking show you like, then stop talking about it. Otherwise, I'm going to find out all about the show from just one person, and that's what happens. When it came to Attack on Titan, I watched a bit of it. I was not a fan, like, at fucking all. It just gets overhyped for edgelords. Your top 5 is Tsukimichi, Moonlit Fantasy, Soul Eater, Reincarnated Slime, Silver Leveling. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to see a trend now. Ever since Sword Art came and went 10 years ago, how many anime do you see now? How many isekai animes do you see where it's a person taking the form of a video game character, or they've been put into a video game or a fantasy setting, or how many isekais are basically the same? All of the isekais now are Konosuba. Konosuba is just Sword Art Online. Fight me on that. Shield Hero is just Konosuba, but for furries. Konosuba is still Sword Art. Fight me on that. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, try telling me I'm wrong. They tell me that Konosuba and is not. Oh, but what about Made in Abyss? Yeah, so Made in Abyss is nice. Okay, then what about the one where they're adventurers in a dungeon and they're making food out of like monster guts and bugs and stuff? Oh yeah, no, that's Made in Abyss. Tsukimichi is hilarious. He was isekai, but the goddess thought he was too ugly for his world, so he was forbidden from speaking human language and banished to the edge of the world. In a very convoluted way, Fed, that's basically Yu Yu Hakusho. In a very, very convoluted way, that's Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, the basic, like, minus the whole, like, forbidden speaking human language and banished because he's ugly. Yeah, no, that's Yu Yu Hakusho. Vampire Fantasy, of course, but I don't want to spoil too much. It's great. Alright. If I ever want to check it out, I might check it out sometime. Who knows? But I don't know, like, Sword Art killed anime for me. Once it got to Gun Gale. I liked the first 2 seasons, but Gun Gale just got stupid. And then when we got to fucking Attack on Titan, I fucking hated that. And then I stopped watching anime. The only anime I've watched in the past 10 years or so is just in bits and pieces and clips online. There's good ones that I wanted to watch entire series of, but I just, no. It's been killed. I did watch all of Space Dandy Season 1. God, if I actually sat down and listed the anime I do like, people would be like, so you're a weeb. Be like, well, yeah, I'm technically an old school weeb. And I guarantee you, if I sat down and I made a list to show you guys, there's gonna be quite a bit that some of y'all be like, wait, what the fuck is that? But like, well, this anime is like X amount years old. It's what? Be like, well, yeah, it's technically one of the original animes that is still in circulation to this day, if you can believe that. One of my favorite anime is over 60 years old, if you can believe that. 6-0. Yeah, I stopped watching Sword Art after season 1, but there's way too much, and from clips I've seen, I didn't much, yeah, evolving or something. Well, season 2, Alfheim was okay. But it was weird. Yeah, Kirito, his cousin, and countless people could finally walk around in the real world, finally, because the nerve gear was deactivated, but 301 people were still bound to the nerve gear curse. Is Alfheim No, Alfheim is season 2, isn't it? Is Alfheim season 2? What? How is Alfheim part of the first season? That's stupid. That is stupid. I could have sworn Alfheim was season 2. That's so dumb. Okay, so then I watched all of season 1 of Sword Art. I never went past season 1. So yeah, I watched all of season 1. Damn. But yeah, no, the AI didn't really evolve. You're missing a lot of key pieces, Fed. What I'll suggest is, if you ever do want to in the future finish off the rest of season 1, do it, because you're missing a lot of story points. But you could stop after season 1. Like, after Alfheim's done and Asuna wakes up and Kirito and Asuna finally get to talk in the real world, you could stop at that point. Season 2, Gun Gale, is crap. Like, you really don't need to watch after season 1. Because, like, I'm not joking, like, Gun Gale is such crap. And when Gun Gale came out, like, I was dating this one gal who was a huge fan of Gun Gale. I'm like, you do realize that Gun Gale's just a cop-out. She was like, no, it's not. I'm like, yeah, alright. Alright. I'm proficient with a gun, but I don't like guns. Why? Why? Gun Gale is its own thing, I think. SAO keeps going for a while, honestly. Well, like I said, Fed, I saw all of season 1, which was Sword Art and Alfheim. Gun Gale is season 2, but Gun Gale sucks. Asuna doesn't join Gun Gale immediately. She takes a little bit of coercion because she finds out Kirito is essentially cheating on her. And then there's this whole fucking thing that is basically a self-insert from the guy who made Sword Art, saying, oh yeah, Gun Gale's good because even though Kirito's cheating on Asuna, you have to feel bad for him. Why? At that point, I stopped watching because I'm like, oh, the creator wants us to feel bad for a cheater. No thanks. Let's see. But yeah, one of my top 3, still this day, is over 60 years old, and that's Lupin the Third. I mean, shit, that's where Monkey Punch, I believe, started. Could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that Lupin the Third is how Monkey Punch started. Whenever I mention Lupin the Third, people are like, what's that? They're like, bro, it's over 60 years old. It's like one of the original anime at that point. Then again, I am okay, so what makes me sad is I grew up watching Inuyasha as a kid. Like, as a real little kid, I remember episode 1 when they aired that on Toonami, and it was the uncensored version. And I was in, like, elementary. I was in an elementary school watching Toonami, and it was the uncensored episode 1 of Inuyasha. That was my introduction to anime. Literally Inuyasha. But what makes me sad is I never got to finish that show because I know that they had a final season and a movie a couple of years ago, but I never got to see that. Nice. Yeah, it is extremely confusing though, Fed. So we'll drop it. You know what anime I personally think sucks? Only because I feel like it's... Okay, the reason why I'm saying this is I watched it. I watched all episodes of it, and it's not a very long show. It's like 13 to 21 episodes. But I didn't like it because I felt like it was a ripoff of Cowboy Bebop, or at least over time my opinion has changed to say that I don't like it because I feel like it's unoriginal. The anime I personally think is just a complete slog. Big O. And I know that's gonna ruffle some feathers. I know. And I know that's a huge hot take. They're like, oh, how dare you say Big O is bad? Well, it is. Big O is bad. When your last episode is everybody collecting around the robot and then screaming out, Big O! Big O! Big O! And that's how you end the fucking show, with everyone screaming the robot's name, but then try to say, oh yeah, the final episode is also the first episode. It's a never-ending time loop, huh? That's Cowboy Bebop. Like, come on. Some sleeper picks of animes, though. No Life. No Game, No Life. Heard mixed about that one. ReZero. I'm so tired about hearing ReZero. I've been hearing about that one ever since Sword Art came out. Like, Fed, I'm not joking. ReZero is not a sleeper. That one's been talked about and been fucking covered for so much. Denmachi, Jobless Reincarnation, Ancient Magus. See, Ancient Magus I've seen. That one's not bad. I really want to see the one with Freerin. The gal who... What was her name? Freerin, the white hair elf chick. I want to see that one. Oh god, there was another one that just came to mind that I was like, ooh. Wait. Okay, I'm forgetting the name. It's a slice of life kind of thing about this guy, this gal, and their group of friends at school. I know that that's every single fucking one, but nobody knows that the guy has a few piercings and ties his hair back after school until one of the girls from the friend group who has a crush on him finds him after school, goes to his house to give him some work, but she's like, who the hell are you? And he's like, well, I'm me, I just don't have my glasses and stuff on. She's like, what the fuck? And then everybody else finds out, and then that's it. I don't fucking remember what that is. But Nichiju's a good one, and then they're having a fucking like the creator of Nichiju's coming out with a new show that's like, hey, it's not Nichiju season 2, and it's not within the same universe, but it's literally Nichiju season 2. You're like, yo, what? And it's got like the same craziness and shit. It's too real. Eh. Now, Fed, if I see, though, one of these suggestions being like, you should totally watch Rating, what is it called? Rating of Monster Girls, or whatever it's called, where it's these 4 adventure dudes in a tavern each episode, and the whole thing of rating the Monster Girls is to literally bone and then write about it. No. The fact that they actually had that air sequentially on TV for, like, what, 3 episodes, and they're like, maybe we shouldn't because this turns into hardcore hentai. No duh. Monster Doctor also turned into that very quickly, and then I'm just sitting here like, man, when most of your fucking season 1s are what the show is, but your season 2 onwards is just hardcore corn, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to be watching this fan service anime, because I'm not watching a show for fan service. But that's what it is now, then I'm not watching it anymore. Like, story does not need to be primarily or mostly or a majority being fan service. Like, if your entire story is just fan service and that's it, then I'm sorry, but you don't have a story. I'm looking at you, High School DxD. Everybody knows that. Well, yep. Yeah, you know. Soul Eater 2. I liked Soul Eater for like the first couple of episodes, but then it just kind of turned into fan service. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm good. There's no story here. Soul Eater is just booba and nothing else. And that's that's what I hate. I don't want my anime to be just focusing around fan service and gore. Because if your anime is nothing but fan service and gore, then you don't have a show. You just basically have corn. Soul Eater has a ton of story with it. Yeah, but your story shouldn't be, primarily locked behind the fan service, like, at all. That's what I'm trying to get at, Fed. Like, if I want to see a story, or if I want to know, a story itself. I don't want to have to go through, like, leagues of fan service. Like, yeah, I'm human. I make dirty jokes and, you know, I'm like everyone else. But at the same time, just like everyone else, I don't want to have nothing but fan service all the fucking time, you know? I want to actually have story. And plot and important decisions in regards of what happens and all that, you know? I don't want to be seeing, oh, here's tits and ass all the time. Like, come on. No, Shameless is Fire Force 2, the literal character has no purpose. Yeah, I know. Yeah. See, I say that I haven't watched anything in 10 plus years, but like I said, it's the only way I've been able to catch up is through clips and shit. And word of mouth. Fire, yeah, I know that one. Fuck. There was another one I was thinking of. Two office co-workers. One is a big dumb guy, and if you've ever played like the Phoenix Wright series, think of Gumshoes. So it's this big dumb burly guy at the office, and then this short gal with green hair. I've been wanting to watch that one because that one looks funny. I know I saw My Neighbor Seki-kun, which is the one in class that only runs for 13 episodes. It's this white-haired girl trying to see what her classmate does. But yeah, there's been some over the years that have passed. Oh. I'm about to make every single fucking weeb in the chat cry. Ready? None of us can forget A Silent Voice. No one can forget that one. You're welcome. You're not allowed to forget A Silent Voice. Only watched the movie, couldn't commit to it. Wait, there was an actual full-on show after the movie? No fucking way. Oh, they kept the manga going. They kept the manga going. Ooh. Okay, yeah, so the movie covers a large part of the original plot, but the movie does not cover the entire manga series. But there's only the movie. There is no show. Yeah, there's no show to it. The movie, though, yeah, that made me cry like a bitch. You cried nearly 2 days straight at, yeah. 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 I think it was a mixture of Sword Art, Attack on Titan with their fan service and all that shit that killed anime, but then I watched A Silent Voice being like, oh yeah, I want to rewatch anime again. And I watched that movie, and I'm like, I'm going to take a break for a couple of years. And only, I think, maybe a couple of years ago did I finally start watching stuff again, like Ghibli and all that stuff. But man, yeah, Silent Voice can really make the toughest fucking week, you know? Same with Ancient, but for other reasons. Yeah. See, with me, like, I'm very niche with what I want to watch, but if it's primarily gore and fan service, then no. You can have a bit of gore and a bit of fan service as like a joke or something, but when your entire plot or your entire show revolves around those two things, or one of those two things, I'm not interested. So I think that's perfectly put. Over the past 10 plus years, a lot of the anime has just been nothing but fan service and gore, and I think that's why I fell out. Any of the comedy, slice of life, wholesome, like anything that has just a little bit of gore or fan service, fine. But not like the entire show. Like if it's a small joke here and there once in a while, but not all the fucking time, then yeah, sure, go ahead. And I know I sound really preachy, but imagine this. There are live action shows that people watch to this day that is literally just fan service all the time. I'm looking at you, Bridgerton fans. I know that you have no sex in your life, and I know that you're fucking sad as shit, but that doesn't mean you have to subject everyone in a fucking house to watch old white British people fuck in every single frame in every single episode. Bridgerton fans, you need to fucking get a life. And there's that. So if you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about.
We did it! We're amazing!
Ew. Oh. Actually, Fed, when I mean the guy looks like Detective Gumshoes from Phoenix Wright, from the Ace Attorney series. Which, by the way, I got myself into the fucking Damon Gant loop, where I got myself into a death at a certain point, and now I have to restart all of fucking Rise from the Ashes again, and I'm pissed off about that. That is Detective Richard, aka Dick Gumshoe, which, yes, his name is Dick, which means detective. He looks kind of like Professor Oak in the face because of the hair. But when I mean that this dude in this anime I'm talking about is basically Gumshoes, that guy. Now imagine that guy with a gal that's short with green hair, and that's the anime I'm talking about. There you go. Saying though there was 2 office romances, if you check out the one with the green hair girl, then you should check out the other. Okay. You know what? I probably already know about the other one too, because that one was suggested. I don't know. I really like the office stories. Like the slice of life comedy office stories. I like those. But then I like stories that are slice of life comedy like Nichijou, but Nichijou is spelled Nichijou. Also, Real Girl, Golden Time, The Angel Dexter. Oh, what was the one with the group of friends that meet up after 5 years? Because the 6th friend is this girl who died and everybody's blaming each other. It's not a violent one, it's actually a mystery / wholesome one. And this ghost girl is like, oh yeah, I don't blame any of you. There's that one. But then there's another one where it's this dude, he can see paranormal monsters and they're invading the earth, and this girl with this fucking like white, not really a beret, but like a white hat, a fake leg, a fake eye, is investigating the monsters with. I've seen that one suggested, and I've seen clips of that one too. Like, I could probably give you vague descriptions. You could probably, you know, actually pinpoint them. I think that might be it. I don't know. Like, I never actually sat down and watched these. A lot of these I've seen bits and pieces of on YouTube because they're suggested, or on YouTube Shorts. However, though, Fed, I'll probably send you something. Oh, new Age of Imprisonment trailer 3 hours ago. Can't think of the Six Friends one, but I think I heard of it. The Fake Eye Girls Inspector. Okay. I am going to show the intro to the anime I like the most. But I need to find the version because there's like 5 or 6 fucking seasons, and each season is about like 30 to 50 episodes long. Okay, okay. Here we go. So, no matter what version you watch, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be the same song. God damn it. I don't want your ad. I don't want your ad. I'll pull it up for you guys here in a moment too. I'm waiting for this ad for Leonardo DiCaprio to fucking... Oh, now Geico too. Fuck me. God damn it. Yep, there we go. So, my absolute favorite anime. Hot take, you can't stand 80s, 90s anime art styles? Oh, okay. Well, I'm telling you now, this is 60 years old, and this has spanned all the way from, like, it originated in 69. So this anime predates the 80s and 90s art styles, but at the same time, the 80s and 90s art styles originated because of this anime. My favorite anime is over 60 years old. It's Lupin the Third. So, Lupin the Third is also not only over 60 years old, there's 5 or 6 different seasons, and they have this thing of Lupin and the crew actually progress through time with the real world, but they don't age, so that's really fucking hilarious at the same time. I would highly suggest checking out Lupin the Third. Fed, there's this one analysis going over Lupin the Third for people who have never seen it. And I'll send that to you after stream. But it's this video that's like, so you've never seen Lupin the Third, but you want to know a little bit about it. I can suggest how to watch it, and the guy can go through it. It's very fucking helpful. But there's one person in the Lupin the Third anime Jigen. Daisuke Jigen is the gunslinger and heavily inspired by movies like Dirty Harry and Good, Bad, and the Ugly and all that stuff. The fun thing is, though, if anybody here has watched, like, Cowboy Bebop and knows about Jet, the bald cybernetic dude, or knows about Pokemon Origins and a certain Team Rocket guy named, oh, I don't know, Giovanni. This is the voice of Giovanni. This is the voice of Jet. When I play this, you're going to be like, oh, I know that voice.
times have I got to tell you, use the sharp end, all right?
Very funny. And did you miss them all?
How many times have I got to tell you, use the sharp end, all right?
Very.
Right the first time.
Keegan, wait. Where are you going?
I have absolutely no freaking idea.
Do you mind if I...
So, yes, the God, who voiced him? Who voiced Jet Black? Who voiced Jet Black in Cowboy Bebop? That would be... Says John Bo Billingsley. Okay. So who voices Jigen? Because I might be wrong. It might not actually be Jet's voice actor. Jigen is voiced by Richard Epcar. Okay, Richard Epcar was in... God damn it. Richard Epcar was in Ghost in the Shell. He was in Fighting Spirit Champion... Oh, God. Okay, if I actually had to list all of the fucking anime Richard Epcar was in, we'd be here for a good long while. Richard Epcar was in a lot... He was in the Kingdom Hearts video games as well. He was in the... Well, he was in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. No fucking shit. Because he's Grandpa Joe... he's Grandpa Joe... You know what I mean. He's Old Man Joe. He's the original Joe. He's the original JoJo. Right? Anyway, big sidetrack. Big fucking sidetrack for no reason. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, here we go. But man, yeah, no. Lupin is atop. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood's atop. Manga I sent you, by the way, it's still being updated every Saturday, but I promise it's a serious topic, so... Well, I'll have to take a look. I might not, who knows. We'll see. I'll take a look at it later on. Oh shit. So other than us taking this giant ass tangent into weeaboo territory, how is everybody doing today? Any big plans for anyone? Bunch. Ow, fucking tits and ass. Oh. Just grab the one I just let go. Nice. There we go. Got to smash, got to bash, got to crash. So anything on the docket for today, Fed, since you're here? I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty early for you now I'm thinking about it. Unless you have today off. Or tonight off, I should say. Nice. Oh. Who's gonna read manga, but your stream distracted me now. I feel like I'm... No, dude, you're alright. I mean, shit. If you want to still read your manga while you're listening around or whatever, I mean, I wouldn't mind. Like, shit. But no, you do what you gotta do. I don't mind. I'm just hanging out, playing some Donkey Kong and having a good old time. Fun part is, now that Donkey Kong Island has been shown in this DLC, I think my original idea that I had over a month ago is this Pauline in this game, the one on Donkey Kong's shoulder, is Pauline the Third. She's the daughter of Pauline from Mario Odyssey, and that Pauline from Mario Odyssey is also on the Game Boy Advance in Mario Pinball. That would be the same Pauline from the Mario and Donkey Kong Minis March Again, Minis Mayhem series, which would be the mother of this Pauline. So the mother of this Pauline, aka Odyssey Pauline, is the daughter of Lady Pauline from the arcade. We now have 3 Paulines in order. Which means that, yes, this Pauline on my shoulder is the daughter of Mayor Pauline from New Donk City. How do you know that? Well, she even says she's from New Donk City, and the final battle happens in New Donk City with King K. Rool. And then you sit here like, oh shit. And then the other thing is, this Pauline didn't know Donkey Kong when the game started. She's like, who are you? Oh, your name's Donkey Kong or DK or whatever? And then you sit here and you're like, well, Pauline already knows Donkey Kong. Yes, Lady Pauline the First knows Donkey Kong, aka Cranky. And Pauline of Odyssey and Pinball knows Donkey Kong, aka modern day DK the Third. But young Pauline had to finally meet. Loophole found. I'm gonna watch you on my TV, so I expect slow replies if you need my time. Oh, no worries. No worries. But yeah, no, this is Odyssey Pauline's daughter. Which then makes me think, who did Pauline get with? Because we know it's not Mario. And we already know Nintendo officially said Mario and Peach are just good friends, so if Pauline is Mario's ex-girlfriend, Pauline got with someone and then had, you know, Pauline the Third here. Who did Pauline get with in New Donk City to have Pauline the Third? That's what I want to know. Also, I only know Pauline from Mario vs. Donkey Kong. Yeah. That's Pauline from Odyssey, the one from March of the Minis. That's this Pauline's mother. So the Pauline from March of the Minis and Mario Odyssey is one of the same. That's the mother of this one. Her mom is Pauline from March of the Minis and Mario Pinball and Mario Odyssey. And from Mario Kart World. Can't forget that. Cannot forget that. She's in Mario Kart World. Thought Peach was Rosalina's mom in Galaxy or whatever. Honestly, that... No, it's not. Rosalina is not the daughter of Peach. Rosalina is actually older than Peach. Rosalina looks like she's young. She's the queen of the cosmos, and she originally came from Earth, but we don't know if she came from the Mushroom Kingdom. We don't know if she came from the wild areas where DK is from. We don't know if she came from, like, the city areas where New Donk City is. She's in Mario Golf Super Rush 2. Yep. That...
Here is your bucket in which to shit.
Hello, dear. So basically fed that Pauline you see there that's in Golf, Mario Kart, Mario Odyssey, Mario Mayhem, Minis March Again, and Mario Pinball. That is Pauline the Second. That is the mother of this Pauline. What's even more nuts is that Pauline from Odyssey, Mario Kart World, etc. is the daughter of Lady Pauline from the Donkey Kong arcade. And what makes that even more funny is, we know current day modern Donkey Kong with the necktie is the grandson of Cranky, and Cranky is the original Donkey Kong from the arcade. So my whole thing is, okay, cool. Where the fuck is Junior? Where has he been? I still want to know where Junior went. Junior is current DK the Third's father and Cranky's son. We don't know where DK Jr. went. Still to this day. Still to this fucking day. And it pisses me off. Like, did he go missing? Did he get killed? Like, what happened to him? On my way home to bring you so. Oh, thanks, dear.
Yeah, we should see. Skill back.
Bit or flutter. Apple Hunter. Apple Hunter World. Monkey. Look at them cheeks. Damn, DK. Monk ass. Well, I mean, all of the Bananzas have thick asses though. You got monk ass, you got zebra ass, you got bird ass, snake, and an elephant. Monk ass. I seriously gotta find out, like, where the fuck I found, like, who fucking started that monk ass joke. Like, I don't know if it was an inside joke or we actually heard it from somewhere, but I can't fucking remember how it started. Monk ass. Oh, it's right there? You motherfucker. There you go. Very good. Banana Slammer! You know what? After we do this, I might play something. Not like a game, but a song. Who here in the chat is familiar with Sephiroth? It doesn't matter if it was through Final Fantasy VII or if it was through Kingdom Hearts or Smash. If you know about Sephiroth, you know about his theme song. So like, based on anybody in the chat, who knows about Sephiroth's theme song, basically?
Here we go.
Nope. You kinda do. There you are. Okay. Haha. Damn it. Too slow on that. Punch. There you go. Fuck ass.
I knew we could do it.
Nice. Brimming banana energy. Jesus horse. Jesus horse can run on water. There you go. Oh, hi dear.
Hello.
Welcome home for the last time.
11.
She's leaving me, folks. The Mrs. Oaf is leaving me. Let it be known live on twitch.tv/OGOFgaming. 1500 hours, 37 minutes past local and Eastern time zone, September 17th, 2025. Mrs. Oaf is leaving me. Yeah, I know, you're going on vacation,
Yes.
but like, come on. You're leaving me.
I love you.
Love you. Be safe.
Yep.
Please
I'll call you
keep...
when I'll text you when I get back to my parents.
Okay, please keep me updated and don't do anything that wouldn't, you know.
Yes, dear.
Anything else you gotta drop off or no?
No, I left my thing.
Grab whatever card was done. No, you did not. It's been down there since yesterday.
This?
Yeah.
That's a sticker.
Oh. Oh, I thought it was a debit card.
No, it's a sticker. Look at.
Well, yeah, I saw that, but I didn't know if there was a debit card on the floor last night or not, because I thought I saw one. I guess I could be wrong. Alright. Be safe.
Oh, my card should be in
No.
the car.
No. Stay safe, love ya. Keep me updated and yeah. Yeah. Good luck in Florida. Not gonna say anything else other than that. Like, yeah, I know, but don't like.
Yeah, I know you don't like it, but I will sign it.
I've done my one time in Florida. I don't have anything against people who live down there, but I just have one question. Why? What? Why? It's too hot. It's too humid. Almost everything wants to kill you. Everything from the wildlife to the people. Like, you got meth head Jerry and his meth head crocodile. I mean, shit. That's all. I like. Fuck. Like, why?
I love you.
Love you. Be safe. And keep me updated.
I'll text you when I get back to my parents.
Okay. One more. Come here. Come here. Smooch. Alright, be safe, please.
Yep.
Love you. Yeah. Alright. Get back, Donkey Kong. She really doesn't like that joke that I make. Oh, you're leaving me again, huh? But I gotta admit, that's basically a stupid joke anyway. Nice. There you go.
I knew we could do it.
Okay. Smash some strawberry. Well, I was on watermelon right there. Well, the reason why I was asking about if anybody knew Sephiroth's theme is there's this thing where it's a mixture between Sephiroth's theme and the DK rap, but at the same time, we'll wait on that.
Fantastic! You did great!
Before I take all of them, you took your last one, yes? Okay, I'm just making sure.
Alright.
I didn't want to take them.
I know. Alright. If on overtime, try somewhere else. So the name of the game is get as many of these as you can to get more upgrades. So we get a new layer at 5,000 and then 6,000. And then all the layers are available for this rush. 1, 2. I'm just taking a wild guess saying Tempest and Radiance, meaning for, but that's weird. That's weird. No, not really. No, Tempest has the, because I was wondering where some of these other ones were. So that's like Forest. That's Forest and Landfill. That one's here. That one's Tempest. I thought we would go to Forbidden, but no, that's Tempest. That one's Radiance. That one's Radiant. That one's probably Tempest? Oh. Let's go to... we can do Forest again. Let's do difficulty 2 for 10 rounds. Oh boy. And this is going now till Tuesday afternoon of next week. Oh boy. Okay, quota fill, get 60 gold. Alright, fine, let's go. So, Fed, what manga are you reading? Thought I'd get curious and ask. A very shitty one, trust me, you'd think less of me if you knew. Very shitty one. Very shitty manga. So it's probably one of the worst manga out there, huh? Just gotta take a wild fucking search. Oh, well, I mean... So I love how the first two that comes up for what is the worst manga ever is tied between Rent-a-Girlfriend and Jujutsu Kaisen. One of those, like, licking dog... Okay. Okay. No, I Rent-a-Girlfriend, I agree his ass. I saw, like, maybe the first 2 episodes of the anime, and then I was like, oh, okay. And then one of my friends is a big fan of it and has already cosplayed some of it. I'm starting to realize one of my friends is also one of my exes. That's not what I'm starting to realize. Yeah, I'm friends with some of my exes because we know how to be civil, but that also means we don't talk to each other very often, unless we're civil. And I'm sitting here thinking, this ex in particular has cosplayed Rent-a-Girlfriend and the one chick from Gun Gale in Sword Art Season 2. And I'm sitting here thinking, Jesus Christ, yeah, holy fuck. Jujutsu Kaisen being bad is tragic. I don't know, I've heard mixed things about Kaisen over the years. Like, it's good, it's bad, it's whatever. I've never seen it. But a lot of these I've only heard about or haven't really read, but if there's been like a couple of clips online, maybe I've seen them. So sad, the guy spends so much money on this girl trying to convince himself that she loves it. Yeah. Yeah, and she's just a good actor, yeah. And then someone like in the past was like, oh no, you can see it, you can see her face, she actually has something for him, but like, I don't think so. Because then there's this one chick that gets introduced that has something for oh fuck no, it's tough. The MC pisses me off to not yeah. Yeah. But I'm going to take a guess and say if it's not either one of those, then it's got to be something obscure, huh? Yeah, there's like 3 girls that fall for everyone, literally quits being rental just to show her loyalty, but he just ignores her. Yeah, isn't that the second gal that's in the show? Because all what I know of is the first 2. The main gal and then the second gal with like a bow in her hair, and that's it. Again, clips on YouTube, because them shits on YouTube Shorts are everywhere. Nice. Nice. Yeah, muck it. Muck ass. Yeah, okay, figured it is why the main girl is chasing a bit yeah. Yeah, that sounds like the show then. You know what's another thing that kind of killed anime for me? It's kind of a niche thing. But another thing that killed anime for me, and I know it killed anime for a lot of people, Vine and TikTok. Now, before I get pitchforks coming at me, why am I saying Vine and TikTok? Let me paint a scenario for you guys. Let me paint a scenario where it's one of 3 scenarios you'll see on Vine, TikTok, and even YouTube Shorts. The first scenario. Ugh, you watch anime? What a fucking garbage human being. That's the first scenario. The second scenario. Oh my god, I love anime and I'm so obsessed with it. I'm gonna have me and like 7 other fucking chads from California be called the anime men and just be over-the-top pieces of douchery. That's the second scenario. The third scenario is people taking shit way too seriously. Especially when Attack on Titan came out, people took that shit too seriously. Now, if that sounds familiar, close your eyes and imagine a friend, a family member, someone you know who really likes My Hero Academia. That same toxic mindset, the hive mind, is what killed anime for me. People being like, you're wrong. It's good. No, it's not. My Hero Academia is probably one of the worst anime I've ever been subjected to. And there is no redeeming that god-awful show. And then whenever I say that, people are like, but you like Marvel and superheroes. Yeah, I do. It's basically Marvel, but in anime. Joke's on you, fucker. Marvel already made a canon anime. That's right. There's like 2 or 3 different Marvel anime made by Marvel Studios, and what was it, Aniplex? Or was it Tomy that helped out Marvel with their anime? It was one of them. Yeah, Rick and Morty. Ugh, God. What's the whole fucking point in Rick and Morty?
I knew we could do it.
It's like... Yeah, Rick and Morty fans too. The Rick and Morty show is garbage. It's like... Then again, nowadays we have to pan to douchebaggery because if we don't, people get called out and then feel left out because we don't adhere it. Oh my god, I'm not going over this again. Anime hate has toned down drastically in the last couple years, to be fair, but fan bases are notorious for destroying franchises like My Hero Academia or even Undertale fans being extreme. Dude, it's both toxic and unstable fan bases, but also not just the hate towards anime, but people who take their love for anime way too seriously. I mean, like... Do you know the reason why I won't play Nier Automata? I personally have always wanted to play Nier Automata. I really do. But I can't. People have ruined Nier Automata for me. Just hanging out and talking about that video game with people. Why? Let me paint a scenario for you. And disclaimer, this shit's gonna sound really fucking weird, so you might want to mute yourself. You might want to mute the stream for at least 10 seconds. Hey man, is Nier Automata great? Yeah man, it's like the best video game. Yeah, why is it the best video game? Because you can see up 2B's skirt and she has the best feet. The same people that talk like that about the Nier Automata games are the same people who are making the feet jokes and Kojima. I'm a Kojima fan. I grew up with the Metal Gear games. I fucking hate that shit. Does Kojima put fan service in his games? Yeah, but it's not the entire fucking game. And then there's these fucking douchebags out there who are like, oh my god, you should play Death Stranding 2 because of the feet physics. And I'm like, maybe you should get out of your fucking hole and get a life. Because holy fucking shit. Kind of like the animator who made those Zelda animations as of recently and was literally being torn by the internet to make porn or to make wholesome content. And the person finally said, I'm not making porn, I'm making actual wholesome content for Zelda fans. Over half of the internet exploded saying that person's a piece of shit because they won't make porn for them. Put that in any anime fan base, video game fan base, etc. That's the grim reality why a lot of video games that people like and that I want to check out, I will never play. Just because there are certain people growing up that would take shit way too far. Oh my god, you know Corrin from Fire Emblem? I want to lick her feet. Dude, get a fucking life. Those kind of people, I don't care if it's a joke or not. That shit's fucking gross and uncalled for. Like... Jesus. Fine, Quentin Tarantino, but, like, not around me, thanks. And whenever I call people Quentin Tarantino, they take great offense. But like, well, maybe if you weren't acting like Quentin fucking Tarantino. I mean, to each their own. You're forgetting a ton of gamers are single or virgin, so depravity is to be expected at times. But people need to learn to keep it to... Well, I understand that viewpoint too, but not every single person or virgin is absolutely depraved. I just gotta put that out there. That's just the truth of the matter. Like, my best friend from elementary that I'm still very close friends with to this day, he's I don't think he'd like it if I said this, but he's never had a girlfriend. And I know when I say that, people are like, oh, so he's gay. I've grown up with this kid all my life. I know every single in and outs of him. There's no way. He's just never had a date. Just because, like, I'm awkward. But the amount of awkward that we both have equals out normalcy. So... And I'm just sitting here like, he's not like that. I mean, is he a virgin? I'm not going to speak for him, but I can't really say that, you know, he's gotten lucky in that sense of the term, if you can even call it that in 2025. He's not like that. But I will say that whenever we play Smash Bros, whether it's Melee, Brawl, whatever, if he loses, he'll start getting angry, and he'll start being like, I have to win, it's everything. Because he was a straight-A student growing up. So I'm sitting here thinking, no, the depravity and the hostileness is not inherently a thing that happens with single people or virgins, but... I understand what you mean, but that's very, 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 vague. To be honest. But, you know who's really violent, who's really depraved, and who fits this fucking category of people who kill video games and anime? Fucking a new term that came up within the past year that I absolutely cannot fucking stand. Fucking gooners. Which, a goon is not someone who just compulsively masturbates over and over and over again. A goon is just a thug. That's what it is. You said it's to be expected that there's some depravity. There's always some type of person. I mean, there's people with that find distribute, there's people that have filters. I just learned to tune out the weird. Ah, okay. So what you're talking about is is literally gooners. Got it. The people who literally The incels and gooners, the people who say they don't want to date and they don't want to have sex because they consider their body a temple but get angry with women because they won't have sex with them. Got it. Gooners slash nice guys slash incels. Same page then, Fed, same page. I can't fucking stand them either. Like, I'm so much better than you because I watch Rick and Morty and I don't have sex. Then tell me how you're so much better than me. Please tell me. Because my IQ is... Okay, well, right there, that shows that you're not better than anybody because you're trying to measure your IQ. Nobody does that. I don't have sex and I watch Rick and Morty. Bitch, please. There you go. And then head over here. And I know that we just took a weird fucking out of left field kind of thing right there, but man, honestly, you think about it, how many people are out there that are just like that? A ton? There you go. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, and I try to also tune out weirdos as much as possible, but sadly, they do sometimes get pretty fucking loud. I mean, there are people that love Nier Automata, good game, same with Stellar Blade, but the losers that just celebrate fan service ruin the overall outlook on games. Like Xeno, ZZZ, both generally. Yeah, I agree with you. They're the same people who are completely obsessed with Persona and the Trials of Mana series and Danganronpa and Catherine and Chainsaw Lollipop and fucking God, what's the one that they're in a fucking post-apocalyptic mall? I fucking know, but yeah, no, I know what you mean, because then they're like, oh, well, this is the meaning of this game, and then there's this and this and this, and we should obviously like this and this, and I'm just sitting here like, whatever, fucking weirdo. Just give me Donkey Kong. Just monkeying around and getting banana. That's all what I want. I don't need some deeper context, hidden meaning about, here's a gym teacher that gets naked because you fight him. Why? Which apparently is actually a boss in one of those Persona games, that you fight a gym teacher and he gets naked for his boss battle. And I'm like, this is the Persona series? No, thank you.
Should we go there?
Which is not fair, because I'm judging an entire video game series based on like one character or instance that's in one of their games. I'm basically saying, oh yeah, all of the Persona games are basically hardcore hentai because you have a boss in one of them who's a gym teacher that gets naked for his boss battle. And I'm like, so the entire, like, that's the mindset I also hate. Like, I have to give a broad generalization to an entire series based on one thing I see or based on something someone tells me. And I'm like, well, I don't want to play that now. But then there's other games that don't have that, but visually it's a mess. So there's certain video games out there, they have to press like 17 different button prompts for 4K. You know what? No, Joel has said it. Varg Skeletor Joel has said it. Jesus. like, I do like some JRPGs. Don't get me wrong. But like the fast pace, always bright as shit. Like, let me just say this: Pokemon's a JRPG, if you can believe that. But there are certain JRPGs I can't fucking stand, and Joel fucking put it perfectly.
Thunderblade! Thunderblade! I got your back! Thunderblade! Thunderblade! Fire Blast! Watch out!
I got your back.
Recharging! Recharging! Potion secured! Checkpoint saved!
So if you're not understanding that, let me pull up the fucking thing because it's an actual fucking joke. Here we go.
Too much for my brain to handle? There's too much shit? Turning into a goddamn JRPG with all these status effects. Okay, that's it, that's it. Fuck, I can't do this joke because I don't know any fucking annoying anime game openers, you know? Like I need the Watashi wa no, you know, and it's gotta be super loud, annoying with a lot of piano and, you know, Tokyo Ghoul. No, you don't understand what I'm trying to say here. I'm not saying just generic anime shit. I'm saying there's a very specific niche kind of thing that I very much dislike listening to. It's like when the game has 4 party members or 5 and they all spout the same like attacks. Thunderblade! Thunderblade! I got your back! I got your back! Watch out! Take this! And all the HP status effects has a million variables and it's like every color palette is exploding on screen. And at the same time, the music is Kawashi no wa, like I got the perfect one. What is this, farts or whatever? Dragalia. Okay, what is this? Yes! Yes! This is the shit I hate! Good! Thank you. Alright, all the status effects on screen. All I gotta use do now is this. Thunderblade! Thunderblade! I got your back! Thunderblade! Thunderblade! Fire Blast! Watch out!
I got your back.
Recharging! Recharging!
So that's the context. The actual visual I wanted to put, oh god, I think it's from one of his best of 20-something. I'm trying to find that one. Like, that specific one. Like, the best of whatever. Is it best of 2021, best of 2022? It's one of those. It's one of those. Joel Vard best of, I think it's 2022 maybe, that the Noida clip we just saw was in there. Possibly. Oh wow, okay. Maybe 2023. Was it not that? 2021? There's no way Noida was, like, that old already. But the 2021 video, I think I've seen probably quite a bit. Yes, I have. Yes, I have. It's this one. It's this one, okay.
The new crafted flex.
Fuck you, Pizza Hut, and your garbage pizza.
Okay, too much for my brain to handle.
There it
There's
is.
too much shit. Turning into a goddamn JRPG with all these status effects. Okay, that's it, that's it. I'm saying there's a very specific niche kind of thing that I dislike. When the game has 4 party members or 5 and they all spout the same like attacks. Thunderblade! Thunderblade! And then when they're healing you, they're like, I got your back! I got your back! Watch out! Take this! And all the HP status effects is like 9999, 9999, 9999. Every color palette is exploding on screen. And at the same time, the music is Thunderblade! Thunderblade! I got your back! Thunderblade! Thunderblade! Fire Blast! Watch out!
I got your back.
Recharging! Recharging!
Soaring blade! Soaring blade! Soaring.
But yeah, no, I agree with Joel on that. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, there are certain games out there I really won't handle because of the fan base behind them, which we've covered already. But then, like, visually, it's clown diarrhea. By the way, that's in 1080p, this video. I don't know if that game's output is also 1080 or if it's 720. I already have bad enough eyes, and I have to try to focus my eyes, even with my glasses on, to try to see stuff clearly. This is really hard to fucking make out. And I'm going to take a guess at Xenoblade 2, because I'm seeing Mithra down there, or Pyra, or whatever her name is. But, like, when a game is like this, I will not play it. Getting on the interstate now, just got gas at other store, because they were cheap. Alright, dear. Be safe, love you, and let me know when you get there. And I know that there's people who really like Xenoblade. I'm not saying that you're a bad person for liking Xenoblade. I just don't think I would ever play Xenoblade, because if the game is like this...
Thunderblade! Thunderblade! And then when they're healing you, they're like, I got your back! I got your back! Watch out! Take this! And all...
That's just way too much to even keep in track of. 720p, that's Xenoblade 2, yeah. Xenoblade 3 fixed, or may possibly turn off ally damage. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's ally damage, it's just...
They're like...
That is too much to keep your eyes on.
I got your back! I got your back! Watch out! Take this! And all...
For example, the closest thing I play that is just like that, with the battle HUD and the damage numbers and the allies up to like 3 or whatever, the closest thing I play that's like that is Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. KOTOR visually is like that, but it doesn't have as much words and visuals, and the buttons and stuff don't take up half the screen. It's like, all you're playing at that moment right there, what I'm seeing, is just menu simulator. I don't know. It just kind of overstimulates. It's like too much. It causes sensory overload for me, so that's, I guess, the main reason why I can't play those. Because like if I sat down and tried to play one of those, I probably would be having a bad time.
Nice one. I knew we could do it.
And I'm saying, like, no, people who like those games aren't bad. I'm not saying those kind of games are inherently bad. I just can't stand them. Because then, if you don't do a certain combo, or if you don't use a certain move, or an item or something, there's always going to be that one person that calls you a fucking idiot for not knowing about it. You're like, hey, cool, thanks for calling me an idiot about a game that I'm playing for the first time. I bet you knew everything about this game when you first played it, now didn't you? And then it turns into this whole big dick energy thing of, yeah, I knew everything when I first played this game. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody knows anything about a game they first played. Makes it extremely less clear in 3, and yeah, if you're viewing it like this, it seems terrible, but usually the loudest callouts are important ones, like spinning cutter you heard breaks the enemy, letting you do a driver combo if you have topple, etc. Oh, okay, so a defense breaker to raise criticals and attacks, damage output. Got it. Kind of makes sense, I think. Action series, but I hate it. Yeah, to each their own, of course. And that's why I'm saying, like, even though I might not personally like how the game is visually, I'm not saying it's a bad game. The story is solid. The story is solid. But just the clown diarrhea that is the visuals is just too much. Clown diarrhea, Jesus Christ. Well, it's clown diarrhea. It's like if a clown took a giant fucking Jackson Pollock all over your wall. Oh. Nice. Feeling quite excellent. No, I'm kidding. That's so dumb. A driver combo is break, topple, launch, smash. Break can interrupt enemy attack, throws off their balance lore-wise, but also you do bonus damage the higher up the chain of combo. Topple and launch, the enemy is capable of performing any action, but has a smaller window. So, with Shulk's, like, smash basic B, for instance, I know that they use the Monado abilities. To my knowledge, with those, they have a like, Smash does way too many things to even get into, but anyway, well, that's the thing, with Smash Bros, whenever they incorporate a character into the roster, they always adhere to their lore and their movesets and their abilities, right? So with Shulk in Smash Bros, for instance, I've used him and he's pretty solid. There's 5 abilities he does. Smash, which is the red one, or the purple one, which is his heaviest attacks, where his damage output gets, like, doubled. Especially if you do, like, basic quote-unquote smash attacks, which is, like, I believe your A button. There's the jump strike, which does double damage if you hit someone with their back turn. So if you do, like, a back strike, you know, it's double damage. There's the, of course, speed one, which doubles your speed. The jump, which makes your jump higher, but only once, I believe. And then there's the shield one, which increases your defense, but you can only use one at a time for a limited time. Okay. So Smash with Shulk's layout and Pyramithra's output is not too different from what you get in the actual games then. It's good to know. Yo, is that Shulk from Smash Bros? Okay. Okay, now we need 3,000. Ah! Where? There you go. Nice. Where's the Stomp Voice? 420. Go ahead and take a rip. All right. Uh-oh. 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 No! Damn it. Z1 only had break topple days as its driver combo in Smash Bros. Shulk was very simplified. Shield would be Monado armor, I think, which basically reduced damage to by 70%. Smash and Buster were attacks themselves, and Jump could be related to Light, I think. It was some healing move. I forgot their name. I honestly hate Xeno1. Oh, God. Excuse me. Alright, that's fair. That's fair, because I wasn't expecting you to end that off like that. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go back to the resort layer, try that one again. Because basically with this, we have to keep doing this to raise our total rating. Because now we're VP of Bananas, we're Vice President of Bananas. We would need to get a rating that is 10,000 points, and we... Each one of these runs don't really give a lot of points each time, but we'll keep doing it. DK Island, 1 round. Or round 1, or whatever the fuck. Or difficulty stuff. There you go. Indian, paint and gold, blah, 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 get your stuff, okay. Oh! There you go. Haha! Ah, you left quarter, time to get tougher. Alright. What up, Rotus? Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my unpleasant mood earlier. I hope everyone's okay. Yeah, we're alright. We were talking about anime and bitching about anime and JRPGs and toxic fan bases and shit like that. Xenoblade 1 is incredibly boring. You get 70% running across the environment that is way too massive with absolutely nothing to do, and the rest is combat against annoying elves, but yup. Yeah, that's what I've heard over the years about Xeno 1 ever since it got launched on the Wii. And then re-released on the Wii U, and then fucking re-released again on the Switch. It's only a few games for literally falling asleep while playing. Really? I don't even know what... Yeah, Rotus, Xenoblade is complicated. It's complicated. That's the easiest way I can put it. And this is coming from someone who hasn't played the Xenoblade series. I've watched videos and learned the lore about the Xenoblade storyline. The Xenoblade story and timeline is way more complicated than the Zelda mythos. Let that sink in. The entirety of the Legend of Zelda mythology, mythos, and timeline history of everyone, everything, and every place in Hyrule, the Earth, Termina, and so on. Every single thing that is Zelda is way more simple to understand than the lore that's given in the 3 Xenoblade games. Those 3 Xenoblade games and their timeline is way more convoluted to understand. And I'm like, whoa. That's like, the story of 1 is decent. Watch videos of the cutscenes if you want. Don't waste your time playing it. But 2 and 3 especially are really well balanced. To what I understand from the first game, and this is coming from watching lore videos about this, and timeline videos about this. Xenoblade 1 is the story about how humans are fighting machines so then they can have supremacy of the Earth based on a battle with the gods a long time ago, but then you come to find out the machines are an evolved form of one of these two gods, and the humans are the evolved form of another one of these two gods, but Shulk is the reincarnated of the true god, so he kills himself at the end of the game, spoilers, and then the old gods come back to life and destroy the world, and then the world comes back and Xenoblade 2 happens. I'm like, wait, what the fuck happened? And that's just like half of Xenoblade 1 to my knowledge. Xenoblade 1 to 3 are also a saga like 8. Oh my god. Yeah, because I forgot about that. There's games on the PlayStation 2 that are technically within the Xenoblade universe. Oh, yeah, I don't know. That's why I can't get into the Xeno series. Xenogear, Xenosaga, Xenoblade. It's all the same thing, sure. Or at least, if it's not the same thing, it's all revolving around the same universe. But I just... That's way too much. Shulk isn't a god. He was a vessel for a god for most of the game. Then he kills the guy, claims... What? Yeah, Fed, you already lost me now. What's up, Motez? How you doing, my dude? We're back. Oh. Shulk doesn't die, though. Oh, okay. Oh, by the way, Rotus, anybody else who played the N64? Yes, this is DK Isle. When we're not in Emerald Rush mode, it's the same song from the DK64 Donkey Kong Island. And if you've played that game, or at least know about it, Void's ship, Void's giant dirt pile, landed on King K. Rool's old battalion that was in DK64. And the Gangplank Galleon has finally, over time, drifted into the shores. Banana Ferry, the rock that K. Rool and his brother K. Lumsey crashed into, DK Island itself, proper, and close attention to detail, it's a fusion of both 2D and 3D Donkey Kong Island. The music is 3D, and yes, some of the locations are 3D, like Angry Aztec is still over here, you still got the goddamn Banana Ferry area over here, and so on and so forth. This is how you bring DK back, and I'm loving it. I think the god calls himself Bananza. He basically uses Shulk as his vessel. Basically uses Shulk as his vessel because the god causes a calamity to kill everyone in his world every 100 years to revive a reset. So like Xenoblade 1 is Final Fantasy 7. Okay. Rotus is like, why am I purple? Oh, that's one of my hair or fur dyes. I can change my outfits and my hair color, and also Pauline's outfit. By the way, the Pauline that's on my shoulder, Rotus, we already talked about this. This is Pauline the Third. She's the daughter of Mayor Pauline from Mario Odyssey, Mario Pinball, Mario and Donkey Kong Minis March Again. That Pauline. Mayor Pauline, Mario's ex-girlfriend, Mayor Pauline is the mother of that Pauline. But the reason why I'm purple is, yeah, because of hair dye that you can put on and all that. But yeah, no, Xenoblade 1 sounds like Final Fantasy 7. She's No, she's not Mario's daughter. So that's the thing. Pauline is the ex-girlfriend of Mario. They never got married, they never had a kid. Pauline had this kid with someone else. Nintendo also verified like a couple of weeks ago that Mario and Peach are only good friends. So if Mario is only good friends with Peach and his ex-girlfriend is Mayor Pauline, you kind of sit here and you're like, okay, so who is Mario with? No one. But it's also the funny thing because this Pauline, her mother, Mayor Pauline's mother is Lady Pauline from the DK arcade, from Donkey Kong Arcade. This Donkey Kong with the necktie is the current modern-day Donkey Kong the Third, the grandson of arcade Donkey Kong, Cranky Kong. And then you kind of sit here and you're like, okay, so now we have everybody in view. Where the fuck is goddamn Donkey Kong Jr.? Because DK Jr.'s been missing for years. AKA this Donkey Kong, DK the Third's father. Hey, Squawks. The other thing is with the map in this game, they showed that Donkey Kong Island literally is the offshores of Ingot Isle's continent, and it's in between what would be the Ingot Isle area that starts this hole and the other exact side of the world, which is New Donk City. So in the middle of that is not just DK Isles, but also the Mushroom Kingdom and all that other stuff. I love how Nintendo finally officially established the main Earth that Mario, DK, and countless other people are on, but not everyone. It was Great Lady Pauline from DK Arcade, the one Mario tried to save from DK on the first game. So, what? Let me reread that. It was Great Lady Pauline from DK Arcade, the one Mario tried to save from DK on the... That wasn't Mario. That was Mario's own grandfather, Jumpman. So Jumpman went against Cranky Kong, aka Arcade Donkey Kong, and saved Lady Pauline in the arcade. They never got together, though. Jumpman and Lady Pauline never got together. Jumpman would have a son. It's unknown if that son is Stanley from the Donkey Kong Jr. games or not. Or if, you know, Jumpman's fucking son is never seen. I personally think it's Stanley. The guy with the power, oh god, what is it? It's like a pesticide sprayer, like a hand pesticide sprayer or whatever the fuck it's called, but Stanley from Donkey Kong Jr. I believe that's Mario's actual father. And Jumpman's son. If so, then we can track that a little bit, but that doesn't make too much sense now that I'm thinking about it. So no, Jumpman is the father of Mario. Mario never saved Lady Pauline from the arcade. Mario has saved this Pauline, Mayor Pauline, from Odyssey, Mario Pinball, the Mario and Donkey Kong Minis March Again series, and all that other shit, like Mario Kart World. Donkey Kong the Third with the necktie, Mayor Pauline, and Mario, those three know each other. Mario dated Mayor Pauline. Mayor Pauline is the daughter of Lady Pauline. Mario is the son of Jumpman, and DK is the grandson of Cranky, who's the original DK. Donkey Kong Modern with the necktie is the son of Donkey Kong Jr., who fought Jumpman. And that's the weird thing, because Donkey Kong Jr. also knows Mario. Because of the old Mario Kart on the Super Nintendo and on the Game Boy Advance. That's Donkey Kong Jr. with the white shirt and the red J. That's that Donkey Kong's father, aka Cranky's son. And he's been missing. But through all of this, Mayor Pauline had a daughter, and it's current Pauline from Bananza with modern-day Donkey Kong the Third. If it sounds confusing, I understand. In time, I plan to help try to simplify it, but The answer, Lady Pauline from the arcade knew Jumpman. She didn't know Mario. And in the new Nintendo universe, is that the very most simplified version of Super Smash? Yeah, Smash would be like, we're gonna grab everybody from their different universes and their worlds and dimensions and stuff, and you know what Smash Bros is? Smash Bros is Battle World from Marvel Comics. So you know how Doctor Doom at least 3 different times with Battle World, Doom World, and then the Doom Wars in Marvel Comics, and now we're having it in the movies with Doomsday next year and all that other stuff with Secret Wars and all that. In Marvel, for instance, Doctor Doom became a god, and then he summoned countless heroes and villains from across the multiverse, and not just his own universe, but across the multiverse. So many different versions of Peter Parker's Spider-Man, many different versions of Tony Stark, Iron Man, and so on and so forth, from different areas across the multiverse to one key center point to duke it out to the death. That's Smash Bros. That is literally Smash Bros. Like I said, fucking Nintendo takes inspiration from everything. They take inspiration from the Alien franchise, which is Metroid. They take inspiration from sorry, just trying to think and not die. Take inspiration from the Silmarillion, which is Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. That's Zelda. Nice. Corrector's not correct. No worries, right? It's all good. Fed's here too somewhere. He was talking with me about JRPGs and stuff, and that's where he came in. Hey-oh. Oh, there he is. If Xenoblade 1 didn't have such an important role in the entire Xeno universe, I'd say skip it, but overall the plot is great, all connecting to previous games. The 1 to 3 have a secret name called the Claw Saga, since they all existed because of one man who's not even a focal point of... Really? By the way, you missed my other message before Pauline talked. No, I didn't. I thought I talked about that. What the only thing I hate, the only thing I like about Xeno 1 is made Xeno 2 and 3. Oh, okay. What kind of moral language is to call humans horns? Lame ass game, good music. Good. Jesus fuck, yeah, no. See, that's what I mean, like the Xeno Saga, or the Xeno series, or whatever the fuck, Xenoblade 1, 2, 3, Xenogear, Xeno Crisis, whatever the fuck these games are called at this point. Because they were on the PlayStation 2, if I remember correctly. They're just way too convoluted. Do they have as many games as Zelda? No. Have they been around as long as the Zelda series? No. But are they more confusing than the Zelda series? Oh, you betcha there, bud. And I'm someone who knows, like, the deep lore of Zelda, the inner ins and outs, like LH and Dan, and we just kind of sit here, we're like, we can talk about Zelda and know what we're talking about with each other without even having to say everything. I don't think we can do that with Xeno. Like, I think Xeno's way more convoluted. It's DK's goddamn treehouse. Hey, what's up, Candy? Candy Kong, DK's girlfriend. And then the fucking 2 endings from the playthrough. So first ending here, and then the second ending down here. Very nice. Here we go. There you go. False radar. Bet. $300 emeralds. Now I get 500. They're pretty goddamn blue for being emeralds. I might not know much, but I'm pretty sure emeralds are supposed to be like greener than that, but I could be fucking wrong, especially if it's your emerald or whatever the fuck. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Perfect champ. Nice. Come on, open the chest. So what's going on with everyone today? I want to know what's going on with you guys. If there's anything going on in general, like if you got anything going on. Basically, you know, just go ahead and let me know like what's on the docket for everyone, to see what's going on, see how everybody is, you know, just get a little bit of a roll call or check on everybody. There you go. Mocha F. Got a quarter off that thing. Dun, dun, dun. Punch. Perk champ. It's not actually too confusing once you get it all. To sum it up as sure as I can, humans found a relic in Texas. Oh, okay, hold on. I gotta rip the bowl. Gotta pack the bowl and then rip it real quick, because if this is how we're starting, that the entire Xenoblade or the entire Xeno saga or whatever the fuck it's called, Xenoblade 1, 2, 3, Xenogears, Xeno Crisis, whatever they're fucking called, if this entire fucking thing okay. It's not actually too confusing once you get it all. To sum it up as short as I can, humans found a relic in Texas. I think that was basically an artifact from a foreign race called the Conduit, with seemingly infinite power that seemed to come from another universe entirely. Then Earthlings, as dumb as we are, fight over this conduit. You're telling me the entire Xenoblade 1, 2, 3, Xenogears, Xeno, whatever the fuck you want to call it, series and franchise Its origin starts with aliens crashing into Texas? Why Texas? What? Wait. Wait, no. I don't believe... No, that's pre-1. There's no way. Oh. So the entire Xeno story is after the current day gets wiped out. Because it says that Xeno is from Texas, or heavily implied because he worked at Houston Space Center. Something with, remember, Xeno calls Stanley my childhood friend, and not something like my Lord of the Line was also included, so the viewer would know that Xeno and Stanley have been together since. So, if I'm understanding this right, the current quote-unquote existence and universe of the time frame in the Xenoverse saga is after the great wipeout or apocalypse that wiped out our current day modern Earth with, like, the United States and all this other shit, but it gets wiped out because of the gods, and we weren't prepared. So one of these gods took this person named Xeno, who would turn into Shulk, and Xeno knew someone named Stanley, and they both worked at the Houston Space Center in Texas? That's what this... Really? Then Claus, a scientist for a certain government when Roger wanted to tap the power to destroy... Oh, man. It sounds like 2 or 3 scientists who were really into each other were caught into a love triangle down in Texas, and then they blew up the entire world with a nuke. And that's how you get the entire Xeno storylines, like ancient backstory or creation, before getting into any of the games. If the... Oh my god. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to play the Xenoblade games. I'm good. I'm good. Ugh. Man, that's just... I don't know how I feel about that. Goddamn Texans. Goddamn Japanese space Texans. Becoming old gods and destroying the world. Again, that's basically what I just read as like a quick summary online. That quick summary obviously could be incredibly wrong, but at the same time, man, I'm not saying anything. Xenoblade 2 remains on Earth in the version of Klaus that went there, wanted to repent and restore the world, but a Xenoblade 1 version, it's basically always greed calling himself Zanza, wanting to rule mercilessly, but yeah. So it is. It's like if the current day got wiped out and only a small faction of humans were left, and then started some future cyber tech mutated civil... I don't fucking know how to explain it. It's kind of like how I've said before, you know, the entire Zelda universe could be after the current day went through nuclear hellfire and the 3 golden goddesses were actually nuclear bombs. I still want to actually try to go through with that theory that No is possibly the evil within humanity that stemmed 3 nukes to get launched, and then that's how the creation of Hyrule was made and all that shit. But if what I was thinking about Hyrule as a creative what if, knowing it won't happen, if that's how the Xenoblade saga entirely started, I'm feeling kind of salty right now because my what if for Zelda was the Xenoblade creation. That's fucked. That's fucked. Man, I feel sad. Your story, but I don't know how much pre-Xenoblade 1, 3, and like Xenoblade 3 ball. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I still probably won't ever play any of the Xeno games. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I more than likely will not. But knowing all this, man. That's just, Better suck. Skill champ. Gonna mention Xenogears Xeno Saga from PS2 Bandai Namco. Oh, God, yeah. Listen. We don't have to. Like, I'm starting to realize this entire Xeno series, all of the games, really are in the same universe, and that entire universe starts because our modern day went through nuclear warfare. And I don't feel okay about that because I a long time ago, for a few years, would say, hey, here's a creative what if, but what if the 3 golden goddesses from Hyrule that made the world and everything in it, what if they're actually 3 nuclear bombs, and what Hyrule is and the Earth that it's on is just after nuclear hellfire happened, like a post-apocalyptic modern day. And then you kind of sit here and you're like, that's how the Xeno saga started. I'm like, oh, man, that's I'm good. It's beyond nukes. It was Gundam, Mecha, Space, all of it. Oh, okay, so it's what happened after Evangelion. Got it. After Evangelion ended and after everybody died, Xeno started. Got it. Can't really tell me I'm wrong, especially if you've watched Evangelion, whatever the fuck. Like, it's literally that. That anime ends, everybody dies. Congratulations, you now have Xeno.
We did it!
But it literally says that this guy named Xeno and Stanley and this third guy all work together at Houston in Texas. I'm like, why is your ancient gods humans that worked in the United States? Why? The greed of humans will always be tragic. The specific character lores, I guess, are extremely confusing for the early games, though I won't deny that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm already confused. Yours itself is more digestible. Alright. Here we go. Hey! Met the quota. Uh-oh. Skill champ, right off the bat. Just punching my way through. Yeah, where are they? That way? Nice. Hang time, B. That pose, Jesus. Boom. So I don't know if they intended to all fit together. The DLC for 3 directly connected it to Xeno Chronicles X. Just connected to everything else. Devs wanted it. Oh, excuse me, sorry about that. It all just seems separate from each other, literally saying in interviews that they aren't connected pre-launch. Right. And I'm an orange flamingo. I don't know, I just, when it comes to that Xenosaga bullshit, it's just way too fucking confusing, man. I respect the dedication, but like, I personally won't. I don't think I personally will ever get into that series because like, it's just it's more confusing than Zelda and Metal Gear combined. And I don't know, man. I just don't think I can really get into that. Like, yeah, I understand Zelda and Metal Gear pretty easily, but like, if you got something that's more difficult than that and more complex than that, I don't think I'll, you know. But I respect it, and I like the creativity, and I like the depth of the matter of it. I just personally don't think I could ever get into it. And then there's the battle mechanics it has. Oh my god, so have we talked about that? Have we talked about how the battle mechanics are like fucking visually overriding and just fucking way too overstimulating and just too overmuch? We did? Okay. There you go. Multi-half. There you go. Nice. Let me do that. You know what's still nuts? I remember when Bayonetta first was announced and the TV trailers were everywhere and you could not escape the TV trailers for Bayonetta 1. But that's back when it was specifically only released on like PS3. And then apparently Bayonetta did so bad with the PlayStation audience, that's why it got sold to Nintendo. And then Nintendo's like, yeah, we'll take Bayonetta, and people are like, wait, what? Nintendo's taking Bayonetta? Yeah. You guys aren't gonna water her down, are you? No, we're gonna make her more of what she is. Oh shit, Nintendo's not fucking around when it comes to Bayonetta, huh? And that's what I find nuts, like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think while also playing a game. There you go. I do like being I love being purple. I know I got a little bit of blue in there, but I love being purple. Purple Kong. Hey-oh. Hey-oh. Fuck ass. Okay, we'll do that. Elder's Apprentice. Bitch ass. There you go. There you go. Muck ass. God damn it. Why is it always muck ass? And who started the muck ass joke? God damn it. But yeah, no, it's a good day just hanging out, chilling with you guys, talking, playing games, and yeah, not a care in the world right now. Hopefully you guys all are having good times and having good days. Whether it's stressful or carefree, just try your best to know that you'll be alright. No matter where you're going, what you're doing. Because since you're here, you're having at least a good time. Something like. And I know that because, yeah, I mean, hey, I'm the oaf. Hey-oh. Mana Energy Forager. Nice. Monkey ass. There you go. Wet monk ass. Nice. Very good. Oh, I'm the chip hunter. Big monk. Nice. go, there you go, there you go, there you go. Punch, 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 punch. Yeah. All right. Nice. Come on. There you go.
Skill back.
Oh, I see now. There you go. Boom. Do you think population bomb with parental bond ability would hit 20 times or 11 times? Let me... That's a good question. Let me check. Well, if you're thinking you could put population bomb on Mega Kangaskhan, I don't know if you can, because Kangaskhan's not in the game already, and Kangaskhan hasn't been in a game since, oh god. It was either Sword and Shield or it was Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. It's been a while since Kangaskhan's been in the game. I know Mega Kangaskhan is going to be coming back because of ZA, but I don't know if it can learn Population Bomb. And that's the only thing that has parental bond. The other thing is, I don't know if PLA is going to have abilities or not. I mean, if ZA is going to have abilities or not. They're separate accuracy checks, so I'd assume it'd be like triple axle parental bond. I just don't know either answer. I was just thinking about this. Well, I'm checking right now. I have Pokemon Showdown open. Parental bond. What? It's not showing me parental bond. Parental bond in Pokemon. Parental bond ability allows the ability bearer to attack twice. The second attack hits with 25% of the power, so in effect it is equivalent to a 25% boost to all attacks. Parental bond is the signature ability of Mega Kangaskhan. When the ability is in use, the mother and child each attack. Okay. Literally no other Pokemon has this ability. Only Mega Kangaskhan when the baby comes out of the pouch. So could it use Population Bomb? Answer... It would have to be modded, right? Well, Population Bomb, though, for that to work, I'm just checking it now. Pop Bomb hits 10 times, each hit can miss. So it can hit up to 10 times. So at minimum it can hit once, but at most it can hit 10 at the very most. I would have to say possibly... Ooh! Ooh! Okay, well now that gives me an idea. What are the moves that Mega Kangaskhan can learn? Because we can base it off that. So, Mega Kangaskhan's fucking multi-hitting moves that it can learn. Select format. Oh, God. Okay, Gen 7 RU. Fine. Parental bonds. So, the multi-hitting moves it can learn are... Okay, then. So this is why I wanted to bring this up, then. For instance, if you play Pokemon Legends Arceus, if you play, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, you can have a Mega Kangaskhan in that game. Like, you can wield a Mega Kangaskhan here in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, and that's the only game on the Switch that you can do that until fucking ZA comes out, right? There are no abilities in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, and you also can't have held items. Pokemon Legends Arceus, PLA, is very similar, where there's no abilities. But there's no abilities up front. There's still abilities in the background, at least for Regigigas from what we can see, but ultimately in battle scenarios and all that other shit, there is no goddamn fucking abilities on Pokemon in PLA. There's also no held item use. Like, you can't actually have a held item in that game. So now you get into the upcoming ZA, which is going to be a mixture of this, PLA, and Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, because the Mega's from here and it also being a Legends game. And then I sit here thinking, okay, Mega Kangaskhan is there. Are abilities going to show up? If they're going to do this without abilities, cool. We'll have to find out. Because in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, there's no abilities, but when you turn into Mega Kangaskhan, you don't attack twice. Like, at all. Like, you cannot attack twice. It's only Mega Kangaskhan the mother, and it's the full power of the move. Meaning the baby doesn't attack, it just comes out of the pouch for aesthetics and visual pleasing for the audience. Ultimately, you don't have the parental bond in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So it makes me think, okay, is it going to have are we going to have abilities in ZA? Because every single piece of info about the Pokemon, give them their height, their weight, their types, and all this other shit, they don't give the abilities. And I'm like, so are these Pokemon not going to have abilities in ZA? If that's the case, Mega Kangaskhan comes back, we'll have to check that out. But here's the other thing, Fed. Surprisingly, Mega Kangaskhan cannot learn multi-hit moves. Going based on the entire move set, it can learn everything ever since Generation 7, since it was last seen. With Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, and then Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, and then Sun and Moon before that. There's no multi-hitting moves. Other than maybe double hit. Like, I'll keep checking real quick. I'll go back up. So double hit. Comet Punch. Okay, Comet Punch is the second one. So it seems the only multi-hitting moves that Mega Kangaskhan can learn is double hit, and Comet Punch. But if you somehow made every single hit, all 5 hits on Comet Punch hit, you're actually making it 10. So I think I know where Population Bomb stemmed from. Population Bomb originated because of the Mega Kangaskhan Comet Punch and double hit combo. Granted, accuracy of 90 for double hit, and then Comet Punch has an 85 accuracy, 18 power, and 35 power, so they're low hitting. But hits 2 times in 1 turn, that automatically turns into 4. Hits 2 to 5 times, that's 4 to 10. So that's where Population Bomb started, because of this Pokemon, this move, and these 2 moves. I mean, this ability and these 2 moves. But if it learned Population Bomb, it would be unstoppable, because it would hit up to 20 times. Anywhere as low as 2, as much as 20. So I think that's why we have Mousehold. I think that's why we have Pop Bomb, and why Mega Kangaskhan can only learn 2 multi-hitting moves. Because now I'm thinking about it, if it could learn, like, Rock Throw or goddamn Bullet Seed, and then you gave it, like... Well, you can't give it a held item. It has to have the Kangaskhanite, so it's going to always have that chance to miss. Unless it has, like, Lock On, but you can't learn Lock On, so you have to have something to raise its fucking accuracy, which is going to be very hard to do. Unless you lower the opponent's accuracy, and then you can do something with Mega Kangaskhan, Parental Bond, and then do, like, up to 10 hits in 1 turn. Like, that is, like, I would go for it, Fed, but... I've seen that situation happen in the past. It is so goddamn hard to pull off, but the only way you can pull it off is by setting down traps, like 1 Stealth Rock, 2 Toxic Spike, 3 regular Spike, get both of the screens up, a Sticky Web, a Leech Seed, get all of that shit out, and then do a Pop Bomb. Or, well, the origins of Pop Bomb, which is Mega Kangaskhan's Comet Punch. God. Like I said, Pop Bomb is most comparable to Triple X on Triple Kick or whatever, which do accuracy checks each hit and wide lens. Right. I did share some of False Swipe Gaming's videos on help with battle techniques and what's most overpowered, etc. in the Pokemon tab on the server too, if you want to check out some of those, because False Swipe Gaming's on the nose. And I don't play the competitive scene, I play casual, at most hyper casual. But it helps. It helps. You know? But, God, you know what? I'm pretty sure, Fed, someone probably already asked this too in the past. Let me look this up. Population Bomb and Parental Bond. Wow. Yeah, it's already been asked. 9 months ago, r/Pokemon Radical Red. Will Population Bomb hit 20 times? Oh god, imagine Mousehole with Parental Bond. Oh! You can't do that. Moves hit a second time for 25% damage. So does that mean the first attack is by the parent Pokemon and then the second attack is by the 2 children mice? Or, like, every single attack... Like, how does that fucking work? Because if they had Parental Bond, then yeah, the first attack would be these 2 together, and then these 2 would be the second attack. The children would be the second attack. Or at least it would be the father and the child, and then the mother and the child, or... Oh god, that is so weird. It makes sense lore-wise. It literally is a family of mice. Right, but like, moves hit a second time for 25% damage. So that brings up the question, is the first attack a parent with child and then the second attack parent with child, or is the first attack parent and then the second attack child? Like, how does that work? Because now you also got to take into effect, the reason why Parental Bond works is Kangaskhan is the motherly Pokemon. It literally carries its child in its pouch. And with Parental Bond, it's literally the notion of, okay, I have such a strong bond with my child, I'm going to let them take their first steps and take place in battle. Meaning, after I make my attack, my child is going to take the attack too, meaning they're going to do the same attack I just did. Because parental bond splits up. Oh my god. Oh wow. Ow, my brain. I understand you could put it on Mousehold, but like if you did that, you would have to now adjust parental bond to do it a second or even a third time, because I can see it working with Mousehold 3, but if it worked with Mousehold 4, how does parental bond work at that point? That's my whole thing. Mousehold 3 is 2 parents and 1 child, but Mousehold 4 is 2 parents and 2 children. If you have parental bond on the 2 parents, 2 children, how does... Oh god. This point of... no, not you. Okay, so will population bomb hit 20 times? Parental bond does not affect multi-hit moves. They still hit the intended amount of times. Only the moves that normally hit once hit a second time for lower damage of the same side effect, where in your case population bomb will hit 10 times at the most. Ah, shuckle. Honestly, that would be annoying to sit through, especially the okay. Oh, okay. I actually learned an unfortunate fact about this multi-hit moves thing with Drag Ball. I believe moves that only hit twice, like Tachyon Cutter, Bone Ring, or in this case, Dragon Darts, do actually get affected by Parental Bond. The problem is that it actually makes the second hit of Dragon Darts 25% of the power. This means instead of 100 battle points, Dragon Darts, it effectively has 62. Oh, that's what we're getting at. That's what I was looking at, and I was confused about in my head. So, Fed says, as long as the hit does more damage than 4 damage a hit, it's guaranteed 10%, 1 damage per. That's not true. No, we have to take the wording of Parental Bond in black and white. Moves hit a second time for 25% damage. So, for instance, the way that works, let's say we have a Kangaskhan because it's the only thing that has Parental Bond as of right now, okay? Comet Punch and Double Hit. These are the only multi-hitting moves it can learn. Hits 2 to 5 times in 1 turn, hits 2 times in 1 turn. So let's say you want to do Comet Punch. Hits 2 to 5 times in 1 turn, right? There's always that chance of missing in between the hits. So you have hit 1, hit 2, hit 3, and then miss. So you have 3 hits. You would calculate that damage. 18, 36 plus 18, that's 52? No, it's not 52. Get the fuck out of here. Is it 54? Let's see, 36 plus 18 at the 10, that's 46 plus the 8, that's 54. Okay. So you'd have 54 damage just by the parent alone. And then you'd have the child who would also have 2 to 5 hits, but let's say it hits the first time but misses on the second, and you can't keep going. So then you add another 18. 54 plus 18, that's 72. Yeah, that's 72. So that's 72 damage before the damage multipliers and extensions. It's normal Pokemon, so that's stab, so you add on the stab multiplier. But it's also normal type, and normal type's not I wouldn't do it. Like, if at any point Mousehold got Parental Bond, or if Mega Kangaskhan got, Population Bomb, I wouldn't. That's just, it sounds like if they allowed that combo to happen, they would probably nerf the shit out of that, because then, let's say the parent hits 10 times on Population Bomb that first time, right? The child doesn't get to attack. It's 1 turn that you can go up to 10, right? But if the parent successfully goes up to 10 hits, that child does not have a move to hit with. It says it used Population Bomb but failed. Why? Because on that 1 turn, your turn of that battle round, your mousehold already did all 10 hits on your turn. The thing I'm getting at is it has to be a grand total of 10 hits with the 2 Pokemon. So with Parental Bond with Kangaskhan, with double hit, right? It hits up to 2 times, or it does hit 2 times. That's the difference. Double hit says it hits 2 times, which means it will always hit 4 times with double hit Mega Kangaskhan. But Comet Punch says per turn 2 to 5 hits, you have a maximum of 5 between those 2 Pokemon. So let's say Kangaskhan, the mother, hits 4 times and the child hits once. That's your total of 5 on your turn. So if Population Bomb was affected by Parental Bond, for instance, it has to go up to 10. So if the parent, for instance, hits all 10, then the child tries to use Population Bomb, it's going to fail. You can't hit up to 20. Meaning that if the parent hits 3, if you want all 10, you need the child to hit 7. So think like Bullet Seed, how it can go up to 5. If you had Parental Bond with fucking Bullet Seed, you can only do a maximum of 5 hits between those 2 Pokemon. You can't do like 10 hits with Bullet Seed. So I do believe that's where we're getting at with that. I'd have to double check again just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's how it's going. The Pop Bomb is essentially hit once, repeat accuracy check up to hit 10 times until miss. Well, that's what I'm getting at. With Parental Bond, because you mentioned that ability, Parental Bond says that the Pokemon essentially attacks twice per turn. But because of the effect and the ruling on the wording on like Population Bomb, once per turn, up to 10 hits. Anywhere between 2 to 10 or 1 to 10 hits. Once per turn. And that once per turn is key because it's per your turn every battle round. A battle round is your turn and your opponent's turn. And then you go between the battle rounds to select moves or Pokemon or healing or whatever. And then you go to the next round, which is both turns. So a round is 2 turns. Which it effectively, even though it doesn't say once per round in the move's description, that's what it's basically saying. Like, because it's saying once per turn, that also basically means once per round. So, like, for instance, Parental Bond would have 1 Pokemon attacking twice. Mega Kangaskhan. The mother and the child. For the first thing is, if it had Population Bomb, the first thing is, it can't attack 11 to 20 times. It's only a max of 10. Because it's on your turn of the round, once per turn. The wording of the moves are very specific on this. So if the mother hit 4 times, you have up to 6 more with the child. But the other thing is, and this is very important to remember, the child only does 25% damage of the original move. So, like, Population Bomb's damage output is what? Population Bomb's damage output is... see. It's hard to think about without mods since Comet Punch is different multi-hit and double hit is always 2 hits. So if you think double hit hits 4 times, then Pop Bomb could hit 20. No, that's not how it is. Because it's per hit. No. So let me open this up again. It's specifically the wording fed. Double hit says hits 2 times in 1 turn. Always hits 2 times in 1 turn, right? So that means the mother's going to hit 2, the child's going to hit 2. Comet Punch is like Bullet Seed population bomb, rock blast, etc. hits anywhere to a maximum of X number times in one turn. I know it says in one turn for both. However, that's the maximum. If it doesn't have a set number, triple axle says hits 3 times in one turn, so it's like double hit, right? Oh, I can't fucking pull it up because that's Generation 8 onwards. Basically, if it has that dash like that, that's where the difference comes into play. So, Comet Punch, Bullet Seed, Rock Blast has a maximum of 5. Population Bomb has a maximum of 10 in one turn. That's the difference. It can't go past 10. So it will be the parent first attacking, and out of 10, let's say they hit 1, 2, 3, 4, and miss on the 5th. Okay, cool. There's still 6 more open. The child attacks, has 6 chances. 1, 2, miss. Grand total, you've hit 6 out of 10. But with double hit, that's the difference. It will always hit 2 times in one turn. There is no maximum and there is no minimum capping when it comes to how many times it can hit, compared to Comet Punch, Bullet Seed, and Population Bomb. This one has a set number. No, Bullet Seed and Comet Punch are different from Pop Bomb. It is 1 accuracy check, then rolls 2 to 5 hits. Population Bomb is 1 hit, repeat, check 10 times until miss, so it would theoretically hit, then child hit, then hit, then... That's not how that would work, though. That's literally not how that would work. Okay, effect. Parental Bond causes most damage moves used by the Pokemon become 2-strike moves. It does not affect multi-strike moves. Formatted as multi-strike moves from Generation 6 onwards. Multi-strike formatted as multi-strike from Generation 6 through 7 are moves that strike an opponent more than 1 time in the same turn. Most multi-strike moves will appear 2 to 5 times on turn, but some work differently. Multi-strike moves generally have low base power and imperfect accuracy to compensate for the fact that they hit multiple times. Bide, Counter, and Mirror Coat only take the final hit of a multi-strike move into consideration. So, some of these multi-strike moves are Bone Ring, Double Hit, Double Iron Bash, Double Kick, Double Dragon Darts, Dual Chop, Dual Wing Beat, Gear Grind, Surgeon Strike, Tachyon Cutter, Triple Dive, Twin Beam, Twin Needle, and Water Shuriken. As well as Arm Thrust, Barrage, Bone Rush, Bullet Seed, Comet Punch, Double Slap, Fury Attack, Fury Swipes, Icicle Spear, Pin, Missile, Rock Blast, Scale Shot, Spike Cannon, Tail Slap, Water Shuriken, Triple Axle, Triple Kick, and Population Bomb. So, the thing is, it doesn't matter if they check accuracy or not. They're still multi-hitting. The accuracy check, we can forget about that. Because the accuracy is still going to affect not just the move, but the parent Pokemon and the child Pokemon in this instant. And when it comes to Parental Bond, that doesn't really help the accuracy check. Parental Bond says it can become 2-strike, but it does not affect multi-strike. So Population Bomb would be one of those things that's not affected. Pogger is an obvious answer after 3 seconds just looking it up. The ability does not... Yeah, Fed, we just went over that. It's not really a Poggers kind of moment if we just went over that. This is like the second time we've gone over it now. I'm not gonna lie, man. We already went over that like twice now. Not really a No, that's all good, man. I'm just saying, like, I mean, if you want to try to use a population bomb on like Mega Kangaskhan, and if ever it gets put on there, I mean, you could try it, but it's not gonna work. Effectively, double hit wouldn't even hit 4 times. In this case, double hit, since it always hits 2 times,
We're amazing!
the double hit move is the mother and the child. That's it. They're both hitting the opponent at the same time. So, like, with Population Bomb, it would be mother, then child, then mother, then child, then mother, and child. So basically, the mother could only hit up to 5 times, the child could only hit up to 5 times, grand totaling 10. That's essentially what I'm trying to get at, because you can't do multi-hits with that ability. But if you did, like, Aerial Ace doesn't miss. Who cares about the accuracy? At least you're hitting Aerial Ace twice for a grand total of 120. It's like, oh god. Yeah, that's going into the inner math and machinations that make Pokemon. Yeah, I've said before, I'm not really well versed in, like, the hardcore math and shit, like, because I got better shit to worry about. Did Void just call me a dickhead? Dickhead! I know, Fed. Sarcasm, I know. But man, Mousehold already is just... If you want something that would be really funny, don't do Mousehold Population Bomb. Like, Scarvi has already been out for nearly 2 years. Like, come this November, it's out for 2 years at that point, right? Mousehold's Population Bomb has been checked and countered so much over the past couple of years. You want something that's stupid, just run Technician user or Skill Link user. Skill Link user, oh boy, Skill Link. Now, Skill Link is what I like. Whether it's... So, what you need is Skill Link. It doesn't let you hit the move twice. But if it's a multi-hitting move, it will always do... Let's see. If Skill Link is... Okay. Let's see. Generation 5 onwards. There will be one accuracy check for all strikes instead of individual checks for each strike. If loaded dice remains, Skill Link is basically useless unless you care about that one extra hit 100% of the time. That's what I'm getting at. So you definitely want to use the loaded dice because there's still that 1%, and since it only does one accuracy check for all moves at that point, that's what Skill Link does. You don't do individual accuracy checks for each hit like you normally would. You do one accuracy check for every single hit. You definitely want to run the dice with Skill Link Population Bomb because that guarantees a 10 hit all the time. I'm looking at it now. Yeah. Mousehold does not have Skill Link, though. But Chinchino does. I don't... Like... Loaded dice is 50-50 for... Well, loaded dice... Let me double check on that real quick. Loaded dice is... Holders moves that hit 2 to 5 times, hit 4 to 5 times. Population Bomb hit 4 to 10 times. It does work for Population Bomb. So, that's the thing. If you wanted Mouse Hold to be at its full effect, it's got to have the move it's got to have the ability Technician. Technician. Pokemon's moves of 60 power or less have a 1.5 times power, including Struggle. Population Bomb hits 10 times, each hit can miss. Loaded Dice, Population Bomb hits 4 to 10 times. Minimum 4. That's the thing. With Loaded Dice, any multi-hitting move, the minimum isn't 2, the minimum is 4, with a maximum of 5 or 10. And since when you check the multi-hits just now, Pop Bomb is only similar to Triple Axle and Triple Kick, so Wide Lens is way better. It could be but at the same time, if you want Population Bomb to work real good, you're going to need Skill Link. It doesn't have Skill Link. It has Technician, and that's the only thing that's going to really help it other than Loaded Dice. Skill Link, though, you can get with Shelter, Cloister, Apom, Heracross, Mega Heracross, actually, Ambipom, Minchino, Chinchino, Pick-a-Pack, Drumbeat, 2 Cannon. Chinchino, for instance, if it has Skill Link, it also has Technician, right? So, Chinchino. Skill Link. This Pokemon's multi-hit attacks always hit the maximum number of times. So yes, with Skill Link, Loaded Dice is useless. However, it can't learn Population Bomb. An accuracy of 90... Oh, God. Okay, now I gotta double check with Population Bomb. Why are we doing this? If the user is holding Loaded Dice, only one accuracy check is performed and it will hit between 4 and 10 times with an even chance of each number of hits. If the user has Skill Link, the move will have only one accuracy check and hit the maximum of 10 times. Oh, shit. Okay, you go into doubles. We need a Skill Link user that can use Skill Swap. You can't do that. Fuck. Because the way you could have Tandemaus having the Skill Link ability is if it was in a double battle going against someone that has Skill Swap, and then you use Skill Swap on that, and then you put Skill... It's so fucking convoluted, but you can make it work and always hit 10 times with Population Bomb, Loaded Dice, Tandemaus, Mouse Hold, whatever the hell. It's a really hard combo, but right here it shows it does work. And it does exist. So in Scarlet and Violet, you would have to be in a double battle. Pokemon 1 is your Tandemaus 4, or Mouse Hold 4, with Population Bomb, Technician, and Loaded Dice, and then your Pokemon 2 would be something with Skill Link, or no, your Pokemon 2 would be something with Skill Swap. You Skill Swap the... Okay, no, I got it. Let me put the team together. So, we would have something with Skill Swap, right? Something with Skill Swap, let's say Alomomola, because that thing's really fucking beefy. And we'll give it Regenerator. So we'll give this Regenerator, we'll give it Skill Swap. The user and the target swap abilities, and we're also going to give it Leftovers. So this would obviously be your really bulky Pokemon that you would have out. We'll put a plus here, and then we'll put a minus into special attack, because it's not much of a special attack. Actually, no. No. We'll put a plus here, minus here. No. Okay, maximum special defense, maximum HP, and then I think you just put... don't give it any plus or minus kind of nature. Give that extra little bit into... Oh, it's definitely a physical attacker. God damn. Okay, there you go. So Pokemon 1 would be a bulk user with skill swap. So I'd say something like Alomomola. And then if it also has, like, the ability of Aqua Jet and all that other shit... Wow. Flip Turn, where are you? Because you would obviously use Flip Turn with this. Okay, so turn 1 in this double battle is Alomomola sent out with a Skill Link Pokemon. This is Pokemon 2, and let's put, just for giggles and shits, Cloyster. Skill Link, and then obviously, like, I don't know, fucking Icicle Spear and fucking Rock Blast and where is it? Spike Cannon or whatever the fuck it's called. Oh, it's not there. Where the fuck is it? Pin Missile I'm thinking of? No, it's not Pin Missile. The fuck? I'm not too worried. So multi-hit moves, skill link, you don't really worry about this other than it having focus sash so it doesn't die right away. And then the last thing you need is mouse hold, right? Mouse hold, it has pop bomb, and let's say for giggles and shit, since you're swiping away the ability, let's give it technician, we'll give it loaded dice. Okay, so this is how it works. It's a double battle. Your first Pokemon you send out is Alomomola, and the second Pokemon that comes out with it is Cloyster. That's Pokemon 2, okay? At the beginning of this battle, you skill swap from Alomomola to Cloyster, giving Alomomola the Skill Link ability and giving Cloyster Regenerator. Cloyster is going to get hit, the Focus Sash is going to keep it alive, and because it has now a Regenerator ability, put it into the fucking bench. Put it into the party, right? You could do Smeargle, yeah, but I mean, since now Cloyster is in the party, this would be on turn 2. You would swap out Cloyster for Mousehold. It has Technician, Loaded Dice, and Population Bomb. However, Alomomola already skill swapped on turn 1, has leftovers and bulk, and now has the skill link from Cloyster. Cloyster gets swapped out for Mousehold. Mousehold's out on the field, it's going to use Population Bomb this turn, but only after skill swapped from Alomomola. Alomomola gives the goddamn skill link it got from Cloyster and gives the skill link to Mousehold. With the loaded dice and the Population Bomb, it will always hit 10 times guaranteed because it has its teammate's skill link ability. Cloyster is in the bench with Regenerator, and now Alomomola is out on the field with Technician. And Alomomola already has fucking Flip Turn, and that does 60 power, so that gets boosted by Technician. Okay, I think I have a new team idea. Thanks, Fed. Thanks for giving me the idea. I think I can make what is it, Skill Link Mousehold thing now. I think I can make it work with those 3 Pokemon. Thanks, Fed. I'm not even joking. That really helps out. If you're doing all this ability swapping, then definitely use Wide Lens, 1 accuracy check of 99% versus 1 of 90%. Yeah, I don't know about that. Because if I look at Skill Link, Population Bomb, and the dice, Skill Link ability, effect in battle, Generation 4 onwards, Skill Link enables multi-strike moves with a variable number of strikes to always strike 5 times. However, Generation 5 onwards, Skill Link affects the moves Triple Kick and Triple Axle, which can hit up to 3 times, and Population Bomb, which can hit up to 10 times. When any of these moves are used by a Pokemon with this ability, there will be only one accuracy check for every single strike instead of individual checks, right? I'm looking at the table now. With Population Bomb, ooh. Thought abilities were reset upon switching out if they were swapped, so Cloyster would heal for Regenerator, but would get Skill Link back up on re-entry. Why are you sending Cloyster back out, though? That's my whole thing. Cloyster's only being sent out turn 1 and then being sent to the bench. Because now when Mouse holds out, it's been given the Skill Link ability because Alomomola took it. Alomomola is your ally and took your other ally Pokemon Cloyster's Skill Link ability. It's holding on to the ability. It's the thing that can swap abilities. Cloyster is just there to take the hit and then go back on the bench so then Mousehold can come out. Alomomola gives it now through skill swap. It now gives to Mousehold Skill Link, meaning like Population Bomb will always hit 10 times with 1 accuracy check. But if you give it the Loaded Dice says that at minimum it'll hit 4, but at maximum it'll hit 10. So if you already have that accuracy check, it's already going from a 90 or a 99% accuracy check to now, and I wouldn't say it's accurately 100%, but given the information with Skill Link, Loaded Dice, and Population Bomb, you're guaranteed 10 hits. Yeah, so there's only 1 check, so use... Why would you use Wide Lens, though? Like, why? That's what I'm getting at. Like, I mean, I can see Wide Lens being used, but I don't think it's that great. Okay, a 10% increase in accuracy, okay. Sure. I don't know, that just, could work, could. The Skill Link and Load Dice both make it 1 check by a check of 90 or 99. Well, Population Bomb is already a skill check of 90%. On the base level for accuracy. With Skill Link, that boosts it up to 100%. But Loaded Dice... if by chance you don't meet the accuracy check for whatever fucking reason, like if opponent has, like, neutralizing gas or mold breaker or something like that. Let's say the opponent has a move or an ability that neutralizes your ability or dampens your ability. You want that dice just in case. Just in case. Because ain't nothing more annoying than a wheezing coming out with neutralizing gas, and now you don't have Skill Link anymore. Or you still have Skill Link, but the ability does nothing. Kind of like how if you have, like, the battlefield raining because one of your Pokemon's Kyogre and your other Pokemon's, like, Gyarados through Swift Swim, but you're going against a Rayquaza or even a Golduck, and the Cloud9 or even the Airlock ability comes into effect, all weather effects get disappeared. That means, like, Rain Dish gets neutralized. You can't get health via rain anymore. Swift Swim gets neutralized. Your speed no longer goes up in rain. Chlorophyll, your speed no longer goes up in sun. Sand Veil, you no longer get raised evasiveness in sand. Like, those Cloud9 abilities from Golduck and Rayquaza are stupid busted because it neutralizes all additional effects from weather. It's good to pair up with, like, solar power because you don't get damage, but again, you don't get any power upgrades through solar power, you know? It's more likely hitting a 1% 10 times or hitting at 10% once. That's the difference between loaded dice and wife lens. Yeah, but I don't know. I do think that there's, because if you already have a second Pokemon like Alomomola out, you can definitely use something to wide lens is a decent, so this is the AI review collected from YouTube and Reddit. Wide lens is a decent item in Pokemon battles that rely on low accuracy moves, but is generally considered niche due to its 10% accuracy boost, which often isn't enough to justify giving up a more impactful item. It's best used on Pokemon with moves like Sleep Powder, Hypnosis, Focus Blast, or Stone Edge that have high base power but also a high chance of missing. The decision to use wide lens depends on your playstyle. True. Oh, wow. Here's one. Is it worth using wide lens for Population Bomb? The general answer is no. Because of Population Bomb already having 90 accuracy, you wouldn't use wide lens. Apparently, the reason to use wide lens is if it's a move that has like 50, 60, or 70 accuracy. Anything that's lower than the 90 or 85 threshold. Because I know that too damn well. If it has 80 or fucking 90 accuracy, it can still hit more than like Hypnosis or Confuse Wave or Confuse Ray or something like that. Because like literally anything that has 50 accuracy is usually overlooked. 60 accuracy is way better. You put a wide lens on that, that's now 70 accuracy, but if you have something like Stone Edge that has 85 accuracy but 120 power, and you give it a wide lens, now it's a 95% accuracy. I would not put wide lens on a Population Bomb because, yeah, it gives it like 90 to 100% always going to hit, but like, there are so many better held items for that, you know? I wouldn't use wide lens with Population Bomb. Because if it's so niche of being 10%, okay, it's 100. You're basically only giving that Pokemon an item to help with only one move and nothing else. Which at that point kind of explains Mousehold as a Pokemon in its entirety. It's only used for Population Bomb and that's it. Like, God, if that's the entire fucking answer to this whole thing, yeah, I still wouldn't use it. I still wouldn't use it. It's too niche. Well, yeah, because competitive sweats don't really care about accuracy checks. They run Draco Meteor over Dragon Pulse, so they most likely use other items to boost damage. That, and let's say you have a Pokemon that has a special attack of 481 after all modifiers are added onto it with training. You could definitely use something like Draco Meteor to lower its accuracy. I mean, lower its special defense. I mean, special attack, Jesus Christ. But there are abilities that help with that, and held items, moves that help with that. It's very complicated. Fed, I mean, like, yeah, the Mousehold gimmick is there. It's been there, but it's too situational because the whole Population Bomb loaded dice, whatever you want to call it, I mean, you're just making one Pokemon use one move. Or support Mousehold with Follow Me Friend Guard. Yeah. That I see being used more often. Almost no physical attack set, so it's a meme. Well, yeah, because, like, honestly, Mousehold was good in the beginning. It's gotten fucking hella nerfed. Just because people are like, yeah, imagine this and this. So you would think it would be, like, an unlimited powerhouse. Yeah, it's not the case, sadly. I don't know. It's Pokemon. We've already wasted enough time talking about Pokemon while we're playing Donkey Kong. But I can already see why trying to get skill link on mouse hold is already hard enough to do. They're never going to put parental bond with mouse hold, like, ever. Like, there's no way they're gonna do that. It's almost no. Yeah, it's a meme. Yeah. Before I read that, damn it. Damn it. Monka ass. I want the fossil. Give me the fossil. Oh. There you go. High five an elephant. Okay. Damn it. There you go. Oh yeah, and tomorrow the Chi Yu event. Like the Chi Yu gift goes out. Firefish. Chip order, nice. There you go. Oh, you know what could stop the whole fucking skill linking? Skill swap, skill link to goddamn mouse hold. I just thought of something that would actually stop that whole thing. It's a little thing called taunt. I mean, like, neutralizing gas would be detrimental to that, sure. But taunt, oh man. Going against a prankster tauntster, man, yeah, no, that would ruin it. By the way, I love that you and I can go on these random ass tangents for Pokemon. Yeah, man, like, yeah, like, people I know IRL, I've had conversations about this, and whether they like Pokemon or not, whether they understand Pokemon or not, they just get completely fucking annoyed, and then they fucking tune it out. I'm like, oh, okay, fuck you too. So yeah, no, I agree. I really do like this. So you and I hardly ever use taunt. Ooh, I use taunt more than you do. Don't forget, Fed, we haven't had a 1v1 in a very long time. You remember how you said the next time we 1v1 is probably going to take a while after I'm done doing training and after you're done doing personal stuff? I can confirm both of those things are done. Your personal stuff and my training. To a point, though, that I have trained more Pokemon than I intended to. Dude, I posted it. It's a lot. I have a lot of Pokemon that are ready for battle, and quite a few of them do use taunt. I've come in, like, when I first started playing Pokemon with Pokemon Emerald, Generation 3 on the Game Boy Advance, I never read any dialogue in the game. I wouldn't fucking pay attention to anything, and I would not use status moves. Slowly over time did I start adhering to that, especially over the past few years. I've started using status moves, because when I was a kid, I thought the only good status move was Protect, and that was it. I use Protect, I use Leech Seed, I use Sleep Powder more than Poison Powder or Paralyze Powder. I use Hypnosis, I use Taunt, I use Torment. If you go against a Prankster, or even a Clefable, I use a Clefable, and it's detrimental. But my Clefable has been locked out by one other Clefable ever, because that other Clefable used Taunt and Torment. So let's say my Clefable that has one attacking move and 3 status moves gets Taunt and Torment used on it. Taunt locks out those 3 status moves. It only has 1 attacking move. Joke's on me, it used Torment, so I can only struggle. Man! That's the thing, Fed. Like, I have a couple of Pokemon that are built to lock out other Pokemon, and if it gets both Taunt and Torment out, and you have 3 status moves, like Protect, Swords Dance, and Dragon Dance, for instance, and your only attacking move is like, I don't know, Iron Head or something like that, I could lock you out, so then you're only struggling for 5 turns. And that's what I'm getting at. Like, Taunt's useful. If you're free Friday, we can maybe fit in some battles, but I haven't played since we did last time, so my teams are still sketchy. I want to try a couple of things. We shouldn't take too long to set up, though. Oh, no worries. Yeah, you let me know. Even if it's before Friday, I'm down. Like, if you want me to stream it too, I can do that. Like, let me play it this way. I'll wait until we're done with this round of Emerald Rush here at Feast Lair, and then I'll show you what I mean by I've gone too crazy. Violet's been the only, game in the Switch cartridge and the Switch 2 cartridge slot for over a couple years now. And as of recently, with the raids being done for these shiny legendaries, I can finally put different games back in because I'm not bound to these fucking raids anymore. But that also means, excuse me, I did get busy since you've last seen stuff, so I'm just giving a heads up now. High five an elephant, that means punch it.
I knew we could do it.
You high five it and its clothes come off. Fucking clothes come off. Damn it. I think I'm part of this thing from okay, Pauline. Damn it. Love tonight, but I'm not in a game mood, hence why you're on my TV while I'm reading my manga. Fry upstairs. Alright, no worries. Jesus Christ. Alright, just let me know, hit me up, remind me, whatever you want to call it. Alright, where are they? Over that way. No time! Oh, we did not get this one. Ah, damn it. I'm gonna make a joke that you almost have like 8% of Pokemon species lines prepped for battle, but I forgot to text that. I mean, I do have every single Pokemon registered in the National Dex. I've got the complete National Dex.
That's pretty good.
We already know this. So you're not too far off, but no, I don't have every single Pokemon ready for that. So let me go ahead and quit Emerald Rush real quick so I can show you what I'm being fed by I got busy. Don't say it like that. Okay. Give it DK. Okay, save the data here. Violent. Pokemon Violent. I did make the cat team, by the way, Fed. The cat team's not fully together right now. 2 of the members are actually 1 legend and 1 mythical. Actually, 1 fused legend and 1 mythical. And I know Rotus was here earlier, and Rotus is playing Violet a lot, so... So, where do I start? Things have gotten different, right? Here's 3 of the 4 Ruinous Treasures that are shiny. I already have my Scarlet ones at home. Of my shiny starters, only 4 are battle ready. That'd be Meowscarada, Skeledirge, Hisuian, Samurott, and Sceptile. Those 4 are ready for battle for the shiny starters. Oh, and Filler. So that's 5, right? Plus 6, that's 11. So are we up to 11 battle readies? What's 30 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 240? Add 11. I have 251. Counting my fucking rideable Miraidon, which is also a Pokemon you can use in battle teams. I have 252 battle-ready Pokemon fed. 252. Let that sink in. And yes, that means that stats are all maxed out, hyper-trained, and all that other stuff. I have gotten busy. I really like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. But now I have a full Legend and Mythical box. Completely dedicated to being battle-ready. 252 battle-ready Pokemon. So 4 different regular boxes, 4 different boxes of regular Pokemon, 3 boxes of shiny Pokemon, and 1 box of Mythicals and Legends, as well as 1 side team that is technically the cat team. I would just have to take Porygon 2 off for Mew, and then take off Annihilate for Necrozma main, aka Necrozma with Solgaleo. Because Solgaleo Necrozma is here, and Mew is here. So yeah, Fed, you hit me up. I have 252 battle-ready Pokemon. Because when you said months ago, bet I'll battle you in the future again. Just give me time to get some Pokemon ready, and I'll give you time, Oaf, to get Pokemon ready. Okay, you never told me to stop. This whole time, Fed, you never told me to stop. I should also specify one last correction. That's 252 battle-ready Pokemon that are in Pokemon Violet. That's not counting any other Pokemon that I've max-trained that are in Pokemon Home. So as of right now, the minimum I have available to go against you, Fed, is 252 in Violet. If I had to add the actual number of Pokemon that are hyper-trained, fully ready for battle, and so on, that can go to Scarvi, that's a bit more. So I'm definitely 100% ready whenever you are. I take challenges like that quite seriously. You tell me, okay, get some Pokemon ready and I'll ask you to battle in the future. Okay, do you have any Pokemon ready? Yeah, do you? Yeah, I've got like 3 teams. Oh, cool. I've got over 300 Pokemon ready. Bitch, what? You made up like 30-ish Pokemon, but they're all scattered in my box because I'm dumbass forgot to sort them and I'm too poor for items on all, so I have to... I mean, yeah, but you can do those raids. You just do raids and then sell the treasures. That's what I've been doing. Like the Chi U raids. And then when you're done with it, you just go down to System Settings. Go down to System. Go down to Date and Time. Current date and time. Make sure the synchronize is off. And you don't change anything. You just press A. There you go. Raids are refreshed for the day. And then you can do another Chi U raid. Or another event raid. Or if you really want, all of your 6-star black raids get refreshed on all 3 maps. That's how I have been getting money, materials, and so on. And that's the training method I've been doing for a long time. To get all these items. Is it convoluted? Oh yeah, you betcha. Alright, let's do this again. Actually, no, let's change our outfit. You know, we've been doing the Emerald Rush part of the DLC this whole time. We haven't done just kicking around and exploring DK Island. We haven't done that yet. Last week I worked 56 hours, man. It ain't physical labor, but the mental exhaustion. I can't play all the time. Most of the time I just want to lay down. Yeah, man, I know. A few of my old jobs in the past, they were exactly like that. That's why I'm like, I understand, man. I'm just, you know, pulling your leg, joking around a bit.
How's it look?
You don't really gotta worry at all, man. You're all good. Okay, so actually no, I want you to do the gold seeking gear. We'll do, instead of the rare effects showing up, we'll do, here's the number of doubling any bananium chips you collect, which turn into emerald chips. Yeah, Blue Star, Battle Bowtide. You destroy terrain with 100% greater effectiveness. Sustaining energy. Treasure chest will appear. Okay, so destroys your banana energy, destroy terrain. See, trying to get these correctly is just so fucking... Okay, treasure chest will appear as you destroy terrain by 30%. Destroys your banana energy as you destroy terrain with 100% greater effectiveness. That's why the elephant's so busted. Energy gained by increasing gain by gold. I'll do a treasure tie. Defense breeches. We'll do with the Void Coat breeches. I'll switch my fur color to be... Well, the Twilight one's good, but I think we'll do Shiny Magenta to match with Pauline. And Pauline has doubles the amount of gold earned while collecting golden items. Treasure chest will appear as destroy terrain, which will give us more gold, hopefully, because those effects. There you go. And of course, my pants increase the rare perks showing up, so... Alright, we're ready to get back to destroying shit. Alright, let's do Emerald Rush. Let's see. To unlock a new layer, we need 5,000. And then our last layer unlocked 6,000. However, we gotta go all the way up to 10,000 for a hook. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while of us doing this. Because then there's the other part of the DLC, which is actually doing the Donkey Kong Island exploration, which we have not done. But we've done the Emerald Rush. And we've gotten the end credits. Which is still pretty cool that the end credits is interactive, where you can destroy all of the names on the credits. So like Smash or Mario. Right, but instead of it being a credits reel, the credits show up in the world, and there's an actual timer to destroy all the credits. So similar to Smash or Mario, but it's actually showing up in the world, and your names show up in the credits. You get to destroy your name in player name. It's so cool. So cool. It's Still Hilltop. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Abra Banana. What I'm super stoked about, though, is with Legends ZA, I'm pretty sure my A team can come back. So, like in Scarlet and Violet, I can't use my A team because Crobat and Alakazam aren't available in Scarlet and Violet. They are in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, Sword and Shield, and I believe they're also... No, you can't put my A team in Legends Arceus because I don't think, what do you call it, Dragonite's available. I think Dragonite and Tyranitar both. So basically, ZA should have all of them, but what's really funny is now with Dragonite getting a Mega Evolution, that means only 5 of 6 of my team have Megas instead of 4 out of 6. So I'm sitting here thinking, hey, Game Freak, can you... If anybody at Game Freak, Creatures Incorporated, Pokemon Company, whatever, is somehow listening to this, or if any of the Nintendo ninjas are listening, here's an idea from a diehard Pokemon fan. Give Crobat a Mega Evolution. Here's another wise idea. Whether it's a Mega Evolution or a third and final evolution, give it to Yanmega and give it Bug Dragon. Make it the first ever Bug Dragon because it's a Dragonfly. But if you give, like, Flygon a Mega, make it a Bug Dragon. If you give Yanmega a Mega, or even a new evolution, make it a Dragon Bug. I mean, like, it's a no-brainer. I think I'd be really good on the Pokemon team. Like, no joke. Not really with design, but maybe with story and the idea board like that, like coming up with the game creation, like I feel like I would be a good addition. That, maybe even Zelda. Because I know, like, if LH, Dan, and I were given the opportunity to work on a Zelda game, we would take it. We would 100% take it, but we'd also have a team working under us, or with us, I should say. And I already told them, I'm like, hey, you know, if I was offered to work for the Zelda team, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'll do it. But I have one condition. I want this team that I have already to work with me. And then if they're like, why? I'd be like, because I can't work without this team. So it'd be like LH, Dan, McBudleo, Mrs. O. Basically my mod team, but like also a couple other people. Man. And it's also weird, I said it to someone, I'm like, you know, what's amazing that I've noticed is like, Dan and LH and I, we work so well with each other because we think like the Zelda team. We even emulate ourselves a bit like the Zelda team. Like, if you really wanted a breakdown on that, Dan, our good buddy Dan the Man, he is the Hidemaru Fujibayashi of our trio. LH is the Eiji Aonuma of our trio, and I'm basically the sugary motorcycle. I'm Shigeru Miyamoto. But it kind of fits because with how we are and how we approach Zelda and all that other stuff, you kind of look at it and be like, yeah, no, I see it, it fits. Crobat is ironically already better than most Pokemon. Mega is overkill. It'll be like Mega Garchomp moment where they'll change the stat layout. Well, that's the thing. Like Crobat was one of the best Pokemon. It was top tier with like Jolteon. But Jolteon is no longer top tier and no longer is Crobat. They used to be some of the fastest Pokemon in existence, and that's why. The reason why Crobat is no longer top tier is because, yeah, Crobat is fast, but defensively, it's pretty goddamn weak. Like, I'll have to share the false swipe gaming video, or I'll have to watch it with you guys, but it's how good or how bad was Crobat actually. Crobat's alright. Like, its speed output is amazing. But it's no longer, like, the fastest Pokemon next to Jolteon, because Jolteon's no longer the fastest Pokemon. It's kind of like how Deoxys Speed form is no longer the fastest Pokemon, right? So, like, then it comes into the question of, okay, then why is Crobat no longer feasible? It has high speed, it has high physical and special attack. It's more of a physical attacker, but I've seen both uses of physical, special, or even mixed. Crobat goes down to one hit. So if I suggested like a Mega Crobat, it would only be because of bulk. So I would say, like, you know how every Mega gets an additional... Oh, hi, Mrs. Elf. You know how every Mega Pokemon gets a plus 100 to each stat at minimum? I would give that plus 100 a modifier to just Crobat, because every single one of those stat layouts are also gimmicky, because Alakazam doesn't get that. Like, Mega Alakazam does not get that plus 100 like everyone else does. So, like, with Crobat, it would be like Alakazam. It doesn't get a plus 100 or any modifier to physical attack, special attack, or speed. It only gets a modifier to its special defense, physical defense, and HP, so then it can at least take a couple more hits. You gotta take that into consideration, because what item would you have with Crobat? It'd be Heavy Duty Boots, Focus Sash, or Black Sludge. And Black Sludge is being generous, because if you're already running a bulky, fast Crobat, you're probably running the Black Sludge. But 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a Focus Sash, because one Thunderbolt or Ice Punch can take down a Crobat real easily. Crobat will outspeed, you got it there, but it's not really going to hold on to much. So it's going to have Focus Sash, so then it doesn't get killed in the first turn. Because of that, I would definitely give it a Mega where it gets more bulk. So more in physical and special defense, but also more in HP. So that probably means Crobat gets chunky. Because it's already one body with 2 tiny feet and 4 arms. It would probably keep the 4 arms, 2 tiny feet, but its body would probably get big. So kind of like the swoops from Mario. Those swoop bats, how like a giant swoop bat will get like big and chunky. Or is that Donkey Kong? Either way, no, I could see Crobat getting a Mega. But it would probably get a spike into its health and its defenses at that point. Because, like, oh god, now I'm gonna have to pull it up. Hope you're having a safe journey, dear. All Swipe Gaming Crobat. How great were Golbat and Crobat actually from 4 months ago? Or how good were Crobat and Golbat actually from 7 years ago? Okay, so yes, it's always been good, but it's never been the best. So the original video is 7 years ago, and that's 12.5 minutes. The current one is 32 minutes because it goes through Generation 1 to Generation 8 because it's not in Generation 9. The original video went from Generation 1 all the way to Generation 6 or 7? So you know what? We'll play that video after this Emerald Rush mode here at Hilltop. Because now I'm curious, because it looks like I've seen that video before, but I at least now want to rewatch it. And Fed, if you're here still, this might help, because if, like, you're speaking to someone who, if given the chance to use Crobat, I will use it. So like PLA, BDSP, Sword and Shield, those are perfect examples. Like, you give me the opportunity to use Crobat, I will be 100% using it. if I remember right, that video, because False Swipe Gaming goes into the effect of how good are Pokemon in the competitive sense. But you, me, the McBudlio, Dan, LH, Rotus, we're not in the competitive scene. We're like casual and hyper casual at most. That information is still really fucking helpful though. Because all you need to know is a couple of simple things. One, turn order in a Pokemon battle is depending on the speed of the Pokemon on the field based on their base speed and modifiers. So whether that's an ability, a move, something that's happening on the battlefield, or a held item, those all can affect speed, and speed will always be depending on who goes first. The next thing is, like, physical and special attack, they are two different things. Physical attack is like actually doing a physical thing to an opponent, so like physical contact, right? But a special move is, in the terms of old school Final Fantasy, that's a magic attack. But then there are some, you know, special moves or magic attacks that technically do physical properties, like Draining Kiss. It's labeled as a special move, but it's technically by definition physical. See, whenever I talk about Pokemon, I could just go on and on about it. Pokemon, Zelda, Donkey Kong, Mario, like, come on, I'm like Mr. Nintendo himself. Ah, 300 for the good. And shit, we stream primarily Nintendo, you know? As a wise man once said, if you ever feel useless, remember they gave Shedinja defense stats. Pokemon Company isn't the smartest with stats, but exactly, it's like, Shedinja in Generation 3 was the most broken Pokemon until people realized, oh wait, Wonder Guard is kind of busted. So for anybody who doesn't know, watching live or on the VOD later on, there's this ability in Pokemon that only goes to one Pokemon called Shedinja, which is a ghost bug type. It has 1 HP. It can't live off any other hit except one hit unless you give it a Focus Sash held item. Or unless it's having the status move Endure, which says this Pokemon will survive any hit off 1 HP, and it already has 1 HP already. So, for instance, with Shedinja, the Wonder Guard ability says only super effective hits will touch this Pokemon. And since it's Bug Ghost, that means only super effective. So fire, rock, ghost, flying, shit like that, right? Anything like water, electric, anything that would do normal effect, can't touch it. Now, if Shedinja has Endure, and he uses that on the first turn against a fire user, it's going to live on 1 HP. It already has 1 HP, that's full HP. Okay. Second turn, it can't use Endure again because it will fail because of using it twice in succession. So Shedinja uses whatever move it wants, like Swords Dance or something, right? Someone uses another fire move. Shedinja lives off 1 HP because of the Focus Sash ability. If this Pokemon's at full HP, it'll live off 1. Its full HP is 1 HP, so it lives off 1 HP again. The Focus Sash goes away, your Shedinja already has 1 Swords Dance out. Third turn, Shadow Sneak. Shedinja now kills the opponent. Gen 9 Shedinja, well, it's not in Gen 9, sadly. If Shedinja was in Gen 9, that would be busted, but it sadly isn't. The reason why I bring this up is because Wonder Guard already is pretty fucking busted. There was a time before Fairy types, before Generation 6. In Generation 5, you had 3 Pokemon that were unkillable in Black, White, Black 2, White 2. These 3 Pokemon were Hydreigon, a dark dragon type that could easily go down to other dragon and fighting types, but you would have to make sure you were prepared for that, because Hydreigon could sweep an entire team. There was also the only 2 dark ghost types, Spiritomb and Sableye. You know why this is pretty fucking brutal? When Sableye was introduced in Generation 3, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, and Spiritomb in Generation 4, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart, Gold, Soul, Silver, both of them had Ghost Dark types. There was nothing super effective against them. Ghost would do normal damage. Dark would do regular normal damage. Fighting can't touch it. Normal can't touch it. Every other type would do normal damage. Psychic, you can't even touch it. So you kind of sit here like, oh shit, for at least 2 generations, Sableye is untouchable, has no weakness. Spiritomb for at least 1 generation, or 2, whatever the fuck, has no weakness. And then you have Hydreigon, which is weak to Dragon, Ice, and Fighting, but again, it's really hard to get those out against that tank. Introduce the Fairy types. The reason being is people were hacking Pokemon into their 3DS through the DS Wi-Fi communication feature, and smartphones in the early 2010s, during the time of Generation 5's beginning and Generation 4's ending, there was a lot of Wi-Fi connection gimmicks with those 2 games, especially with Generation 5 Black, White, Black 2, White 2. Like, Wi-Fi connections were even fucking easier on Generation 5. And so, there were apps created for your cell phone and even for your computer where you can make your own Pokemon and customize it, and then make it official by putting it in the game. What I'm getting at is, people would run around with Spiritomb and Sableye, wielding Wonder Guard. It's a ghost dark type, and fairy type doesn't exist. It has no weakness. You cannot touch those Pokemon, not even with a status move. Status move, special, physical, whether it's an attacking move or not, you cannot touch them. And that's how they became unbeatable. Like, you can't touch them with Leech Seed. You could probably touch them with, like, Toxic Spikes and goddamn, you know, Stealth Rock, but if they're wielding, like, a heavy-duty boot or an air balloon, they cannot be touched. That's basically the long reason why Fairy type was introduced. But man, if Shedinja came out and it had Electric Terra with an air balloon, it would be kind of brutal, wouldn't it? But there's ways around that. You just use Mold Breaker. So, like, you would use a Haxorus, you could use a Tinkaton. What else has Mold Breaker? Electric Terra Shedinja. Okay, but Mold Breaker is on Pinsir, Gyarados, Ampharos, Cranidos, Rampardos, Axio, Fracture, Haxorus, Pancham, Pangoro, Tinkatink, Tinkatuff, Tinkatun, Veluza, Ogerpon, Fire Mask. As well as Drillbur, Excadrill, Throw, Sawk, Basculin, Druddigon, Hawlucha, Basculegion. You could definitely get around that. If I honestly needed to fucking put something together against a Electric Terra air balloon wielding Shedinja, well, Shedinja's already a physical, so I'd probably would use, because Shedinja's not in the game, so I'd probably at that point use Druddigon. But more than likely it'd be Excadrill, so it would be a Mold Breaker Excadrill. Excadrill's already ground steel, and if it has Mold Breaker, it could still use Earthquake on the Shedinja, but can't do that if it has an air balloon. So at that point, no, it could still hit it because it bypasses the Wonder Guard ability. So I could hit it with like a steel move, a rock move, I could hit it with any move that isn't ground because of the air balloon, but once I hit it with any move, then the pop goes into effect. It can be hit by ground moves. There we go, GG. Damn. Yeah, Shedinja would be kind of gross, but it'd be easily counterable. Yeah, no, it's sad enough to say, yeah, no, Shedinja used to be like an absolute powerhouse back in the day, but now it could easily be countered if it was in Gen 9. Man. Yeah, Fed, I agree. It's good that we can think of Pokemon like that on the top fly. Oh! Nice. Nice. Buzzoids. Alright, how about they buzz off? That was dumb. That was dumb. Aha! I'm just monkey and I'm collecting banana. Banana slammer!
Let's give it a try.
Off the sinkhole, you fuck. Da, 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 da. But yeah, no, like, even if Shedinja was in, I would still take Ninjask over Shedinja. Ninjask was the original speed booster. And if you think about it now, imagine a team of 6 speed boosters. Ninjask, Espathra, Blaziken, Scolipede, Yanmega, that's already 5. So you're thinking, okay, is there a 6th Pokemon that has Speed Boost? Yes. If I remember right, it's Mega Sharpedo. You would have at least 1 Mega on that team, but you would have 6 Speed Boosters. So you'd have a Mono-Psychic Espathra, you'd have a Bug Flying, which is Ninjask, another Bug Flying, which is Yanmega, you'd have a Firefighting, which is Blaziken, you'd have a Bug Poison, which is Scolipede, and then you would have a goddamn Water Dark, which is Mega Sharpedo. 6 speed boosters. Goddamn. I think that's why certain Pokemon were not allowed, and certain gimmicks were not allowed in Scarlet and Violet. But watch, when Pokemon Champions comes out, the Battle Simulator, you know people like me are going to make a speed boost team if we're given the opportunity. Actually, I should check. Is it Mega Sharpedo that has speed boost? Let me check. Blaziken, Spathra on Mega. Oh, Mega Blaziken as well. So Blaziken, Yanmega, Scolipede, regular Sharpedo. Oh, not just... Okay, so it's not Mega Sharpedo, it's regular Sharpedo. That's good to know now. So Blaziken, Ninjask, Sharpedo, Scolipede, Yanmega, Espathra. That's nice. So there's already 6 Speed Boost Pokemon. If they all get put in the same game, imagine a Speed Boost team. Because your boy is probably going to make that at that point. Well, now it's making me think, which one of those are not in Scarlet and Violet? We have in Scarlet and Violet Blaziken, Yanmega, we've got a Spathra, and we've got... That's it. So... Ninjask, Sharpedo, and Scolipede are not in Scarlet and Violet, and probably for good reason. If those 3 were put in the game, then you would literally have 6 Pokemon with Speed Boost. Ooh, you'll bring 5 Trick Room Setters? You could. But is that Trick Room being used on a Prankster or not? Because Prankster would be really good to use at that point. Man, 6 speed boosters. Jesus Christ. Trick Room would be detrimental, sure. I'm trying to think of a way out of that. That would seem interesting. 5 Trick Room users, not 6 of them. Prankster doesn't affect Trick Room, silly. Well... Trick Room's a status move. Wait, does it? Does it not? I gotta double check that now. -6 priority instead of -7. Really? Oh, okay, okay. It only elevates the priority of a move +1 if it's a status move. Got it. So if a prankster Pokemon uses Trick Room, got it. Okay, Fed, yeah, you're on the ball with that. You're on the ball. So it becomes a -6 in priority other than a -7. So it's still going to go last unless something is still slower than a -6 priority. Okay. Oh, God. I mean, yeah, you could use Trick Room Setter. Damn. Okay. Just trying to think of a way around that. No, I think that's a good response right there. Counter is -5, right? Just trying to recall. Maybe? Maybe, because I'm also seeing where you're getting at, because with these 6 speed boosters, Blaziken's purely physical, Sharpedo's physical, we've got Yanmega, which is mainly a mix of being either special or physical, you can go either way. Another mixed version of these Pokemon that are speed boost users, you could definitely go mixed with Scolipede, but Scolipede's primarily physical, Ninjaski's primarily physical, and then Espathra's primarily special. And then with Counter, if most of these are physical, yeah, you'd be wanting to run Counter as well. If it's -5, I don't know, that's the hardcore inner working math that I really don't know much about, so I'm not really worried about that. Huh. There's one funny say you could do with Hitmonlee where you have 3 different moves with different priorities and it was essentially rock, paper, scissors. I always thought that was cute, but extremely PD. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen anybody use that in years. Because once it was used, it was, like, already seen as, like, too gimmicky. It's funny, it's pretty cool, but it's also like, okay then. Let's see. Ah. Nice. There we go.
We did it! We're amazing!
You're breathtaking! God damn it, Keanu. That fucking shit is never gonna die.
You did great!
Oh, a new Pauline outfit. Nice. Okay. What I said we'd do, we're gonna do. I'm gonna put this down for a moment. It's like I wish they made Sucker Punch higher than Extreme Speed, or at least same priority, so it was still a speed-dependent thing. I've always hated how some mons have a busted move that just decides to ignore Sucker Punch. What move would ignore Sucker Punch? Well, I mean, Sucker Punch really isn't a priority move, though. It's only used if a non-status move is happening. I wouldn't really call Sucker Punch priority, but I can see how. If it has a +1, then sure. But then speed boost. Oh, that's why. Okay, Fed. Never mind. I know why. I can answer that for you. I'll pull up Pokemon Showdown real quick. So, what's it? Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed has, let's see. Nearly always goes first. It's always going to be on top of the priority list. So nearly always goes first. However, Sucker Punch, that Sucker Punch usually goes first, but fails if target is not attacking. Okay, but why does it not give the priority pluses? Sucker Punch is +1, but Extreme Speed is like, okay, so what? So Sucker Punch is a +1 priority. This means it will almost always move before standard priority 0 attacks, regardless of the Pokemon's speed. However, the move comes with crucial condition. If the target uses a status move, switches out, or has a higher priority move like Extreme Speed, which is +2, Sucker Punch will fail. Which is correct. Sucker Punch will only work if you're using any physical or special move that is an attacking move in essence, but does not have a priority to it. Yeah. A fast Aqua Jet can also negate Sucker Punch, but it feels more fair if you lost the speed tie. Oh, I see what you mean. So if you're going against someone who's technically slower than you, their Aqua Jet or Extreme Speed outclasses your Sucker Punch. I got you now. You think the Pokemon's actual speed stat should take no effect, not the effect of the move. Got it. All right. Okay, I'm putting in the title, quick Pokemon break. And what we're going to do is we're going to change the game title from Bananza to just chatting, because we're going to check out that video real quick. But before we do, we're going to take a quick BRB. Because I have to use the little oaf's room, so I'll be back soon. Alright. I'm back. Sorry about the wait. I just really need to use the restroom. Oh. For some reason I'm out of breath. I'm also really fucking hot. So, I've got a nice pack to help with that, because if I get too hot, my anxiety starts going through the roof. Oh my god. So, in a moment, we'll be, once I know that I'm going to be okay. Oh, that's cold. Jesus Christ. Once I know I'm going to be okay, we'll get going. Just know you're going to be okay. Yes. Yes, that's what I mean. This year, overstimulation and anxiety has been through the roof. The most I've ever have goddamn experienced in my life. So that's why this summer, streaming hours, streaming methods, habits, etc. have changed, both on stream and behind the scenes, behind the streams. Why certain things that would pertain to my health, well-being, and just overall wellness has been taking full front center for once, because I'm going to be turning 30 in December. And I have not been taking care of my body. And it's finally coming to bite me in the ass. So for this, like, cold opener, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, before we get into the False Swipe Gaming's 32-minute video of how good were Crobat and Crobat, actually, because it covers both of them, which might be a lot, because there's one from 7 years ago, but even though that's 13 minutes, that's 7 years ago, so it does not include Generation 8, if I'm remembering correctly. That would be like 7 years ago. 2018? So that means Sword and Shield didn't come out yet, then. Sword and Shield was 2019. Okay. Okay. We'll get going with False Swipe Gaming's video about how good were Crobat, Crobat, Jesus Christ, Golbat and Crobat. Now, didn't remind me of years I feel old again. Yeah, I know, Fed. I can't eat as much as I used to. I feel sick real easily compared. My anxiety is now more high than ever, but that could be attributed to many different factors that isn't just my own health, but many factors that we're not going to go into today. I always feel tired. I can't, like, truthfully, I can't get into a car. I used to love driving my own car back in the day. I used to love getting in someone else's car and going for rides with them. But then, because of my 2-3 panic attacks this year that I've had, and a couple of the health scares I've had, this year has been very much the worst when it comes to health. And I don't mean just for me, but I mean for everybody. Especially in the US. I will not go further into that. But Fed, you work in the health field, the medical field, in some form, and you already know where this is going to go if I continue that way. So I'll just leave it with worms in brains, am I right? But yeah, I mean, like, I'm going to be... It's not so sure when you also think about the fact you'll probably only experience like 60 summers. People don't die at 60 like that anymore, Fed. Like, they do, but not in mass quantities like that. Anyway. We'll check out False Swipe Gaming's how good was Goal and Crobat over the years.
Sadie used to worry about bringing bad breath into the bedroom. Now,
it's swishy time!
she uses TheraBreath overnight mouth.
That's
Today
nice.
we're remaking one of our oldest videos, as our original coverage of Golbat and Crobat's competitive history was released in October 2017.
Ooh.
And for some perspective, this is a month before Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon came out. We decided it was high time for an update before Crobat
It was
decides to
2017,
unleash
not
vengeance
2019.
on the mean, rainy streets of Gotham, by which we mean the False Swipe Gaming offices. We're jumping right into Bat Country as we ask, how great were Golbat and
I
Crobat
understand, Fed,
actually?
and I'm sorry, dear, but I'm glad that you at least made it back
In this video,
there.
we'll be going over these competitive formats. Gen 1 Golbat is one of the worst fully evolved Pokemon to ever exist. It has no merit whatsoever, meager stats, no move pool at all. Seriously, this is a Pokemon with base 80 attack that primarily did damage with Double Edge, which is only 100 base power in Gen 1. And of course, it's worse than useless typing with major weaknesses to Psychic, Ice, Electric, and Rock, while neutral moves bowled it over as well, and its resists were useless, with the exception of an Earthquake immunity. But seeing as every Pokemon that used Earthquake would also pummel it with other moves, and the fact that Golbat, you know, couldn't do anything in return, meant that even its Earthquake immunity was, in effect, also useless. Honestly, you could even take away all his weaknesses, and it'd still be utterly worthless. Golbat was so unbelievably bad, we're not going to waste any more time on it than we have to, and instead are jumping right ahead to how Game Freak attempted to rectify their mistake in Gen 2 by gifting Golbat its evolution, Crobat. This was also beneficial for Golbat itself, in that its newfound status as a not fully evolved Pokemon, or NFE, meant it was no longer expected to have a competitive niche, which in Gen 2, it didn't. Crobat was a significant boost thanks to its general stat upgrade. It was bulkier and stronger. This is not to say it was bulky and strong in general, but it was a far sight better than Golbat in this regard. The main boost, though, was how it went from Golbat's decent 90 base speed to a stunning base 130, a towering benchmark that became its signature, as it had for fellow base 130s Jolteon, Aerodactyl, and Mewtwo. Crobat was now one of the fastest Pokemon in the game. It wasn't going to be touching OU by any means, but it was still quite decent in UU. The bulked out nature of Gen 2, with max EVs in every stat, meant Crobat couldn't use that speed as effectively to slice and dice as it would become known for in later gens, especially because it still struggled to do direct damage. Gen 2 had introduced superb Poison Stab and Sludge Bomb, but for some unearthly reason, Crobat just didn't get it. Its best stab was thus Wing Attack, which thankfully was buffed to a 60 base power after the paltry 35 it had been in Gen 1. And though it wasn't much for doing major damage, Wing Attack was still an incredibly useful stab because it enabled Crobat in one of its most important niches, which was being UU's single best counters to a Pokemon.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask everyone in chat real quick before we continue on with this video. I'm actually leaning back in my chair right now because I can't punch myself over with the ice pack on my shoulder or else it'll fall. So I'm currently sitting back in my chair right now. Can you guys actually hear me, or is there a little bit of interference? Because if you guys can hear me clearly, or if the microphone sounds normal and all that, then I'll just continue streaming while leaning back in my chair, because honestly, guys, I can't keep punching forward. You're fine here? Oh, snap. All right. All right, cool. I do have the audio for this a little bit higher than my microphone, so if you can't hear me, that's probably why. So let me lower that a bit. But yeah, no, I needed to ask you guys if you guys can hear me or not. Only because, like, I don't know if it was going to be picked up if I'm further away from the mic. But, I mean, if you guys can hear me and I'm relaxing back in my chair, then I don't have to hunch over anymore to be close to the mic. That's what I've been doing. I've been hunching over and folding my stomach to get close to the mic, so...
famously short on them. Swords Dance Scyther, the most threatening Pokemon in the tier. Crobat was generally a great answer to Swords Dancers.
Let me go back. Yeah, I lowered the audio on this, but let me go back just so we don't actually miss anything.
The paltry 35 it had been in Gen 1. and though it wasn't much for doing major damage, Wing Attack was still an incredibly useful stab because it enabled Crobat in one of its most important niches, which was being UU's single best counters to a Pokemon famously short on them. Swords Dance
Alright, there's that.
threatening Pokemon in the tier. Crobat was generally a great answer to Swords Dancers. Strange though that may seem for a Pokemon without especially impressive physical bulk, it was a complete and perfect answer to Victory Bell, while also excelling against Pinsir and stuffing Blossom to boot. Crobat even went a step beyond countering Swords Dance. It was used to counter Belly Drum. Belly Drum Quagsire with an agility baton pass to it was one of the most frightening Pokemon in the
You could turn up the video a bit more. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me do that. Yeah, I didn't know if the video was too loud or too soft or whatever, but if you're saying it's too soft, then yeah, I could definitely up that a bit more here in streaming software, which probably means that game audio can also go up a bit. So game audio I'll put to negative 4.0 decibels, computer audio negative 2.5, and then microphone we'll keep it at a 0.
Swords Dancers. Strange though that may seem for a Pokemon without especially impressive physical bulk, it was a complete and perfect answer to Victory Bell, while also excelling against Pinsir and stuffing Blossom to boot. Crobat even went a step beyond countering Swords Dance. It was used to counter Belly Drum. Belly Drum Quagsire with an agility baton pass to it was one of the most frightening Pokemon in the tier, in many cases an instant game ender. Crobat's immense speed meant it outran Quagsire even after an agility, but what did it do in return? Haze, that's what. Goodbye Belly Drum boost, and agility boost for that matter. Crobat was a baton pass team's worst enemy, thoroughly ruinous to their efforts. Now, good as it was at doing its job, Crobat was far from a metagame superstar because it leaned passive when it wasn't countering these Pokemon. Obviously, to counter such a wide, dangerous berth of threats was incredible, but it could also be frustrated when it offered little into much else. Beyond trying to make things happen with Thief, Toxic, or even Confuse Ray, yeah, that sparse move pool was rough. Sludge Bomb would have really been a boon, but still Crobat was an important, uniquely useful Pokemon in Gen 2 UU. In the Gen 3 OU we know today, Crobat is and always was completely useless and utterly outclassed.
Gen
However,
3, baby!
Before Gen 3 OU took final form, with all 386 Pokemon, it existed in what was known as the 200 metagame, named for the 200 Pokemon available when Ruby and Sapphire were the only games released.
Yep.
In this lost relic of a metagame, Crobat was excellent, and here's the context.
And here's the content, a fucking ad. Listen, man, I don't care for the ad. I'm sorry. I don't want your ad in the middle of my Pokemon.
In the 200 era, OU's most dangerous defining threat was Alakazam, with incredible speed that outsped just about everything and let it wield that outrageous special attack to fully go to town on teams late game. All sorts of unusual anti-Zam strategies popped up. For instance, Zangoose' Stab Silk Scarf boosted Quick Attack, but at least Zangoose was an actually decent Pokemon. Swellow, on the other hand, was thoroughly mediocre, yet was used because it actually outran Alakazam and could function as a much weaker Choice Band Dodrio. Well, if that worked, why not Crobat? As it turned out, Swellow was completely eclipsed, and Choice Band Crobat became popular as a Zam revenge killer and genuinely decent threat in its own right. Now that it packed Sludge Bomb, it had an excellent stab that not only packed solid power, but had a superb 30% poison rate. Plus, Alakazam wasn't the only major threat running around that Crobat could answer. Another terror was Heracross and its dual stabs, both of which were not just resisted, but quadruple resisted by Crobat. And of course, its quad-effective stab Aerial Ace obliterated Heracross in return. Beyond checking these two as well, Crobat was generally able to find its way into battle and pose quite a fair threat between its power, poison rate, and coverage options when paired with Magneton to remove Skarmory. And its speed was tremendous against more than just Alakazam too. It was so fast, it outsped Dragon Dance Gyarados after a boost, acting like a Choice Scarfer from later gens. Now, sometimes Crobat had a bit of trouble breaking through tankier teams, as Metagross and Dusclops generally did quite well against it. Crobat wasn't completely stifled by them though, with Hidden Power Ground and Shadow Ball respectively, and really, it wasn't supposed to be effortlessly through them anyway. Its job was just to keep Zam in check, and given how Alakazam answers were in such a short supply, this was an immeasurably important role. Plus, Crobat was generally quite a solid physical threat. Its power let it act as a solid revenge killer to many offensive threats, like the aforementioned Zangoose, and it could cause quite a bit of disruption within the opponent's physical stopping ranks, as you couldn't switch in Swampert or safely intimidate it with Sapphire Salamence or Gyarados, since Sludge Bomb's poison would ruin them. But sadly, Crobat fell off alongside many other 200 staples from Alakazam to Zangoose as the full Pokedex brought about by the release of Fire Red and Leaf Green. Alakazam itself was a lesser combined threat in this era of Jirachi, Celebi, Suicune, and Raikou, and was completely trounced by the newly added Tyranitar. Plus, even if you did need an Alakazam revenge killer, you'd go with the equally fast Aerodactyl.
Yep.
Its typing and power made it infinitely superior, and a metagame-defining staple. Crobat thus completely disappeared. It was too much for UU, getting relegated to borderline, which was some consolation. Ultimately though, Gen 3 Crobat was a legitimate OU threat during a metagame that has disappeared to time. And it's a shame because Ruby Sapphire 200 was a fascinating tier. It can be summed up with the closing words from In the Mood for Love. That era has passed. Nothing that belongs to it exists anymore. Meanwhile, Golbat actually found its first viability ever with the eventual emergence of the NU tier. It fit right in among the low base stat totals populating the meta, many of which came from other not fully evolved Pokemon and had two main niches. First, with Choice Band, it could act as a mini Crobat.
Okay, I know we're only 7.5 minutes into a 32-minute video, but if I could briefly summarize, Crobat was amazing in Gen 2 when it was introduced. In Gen 3, it carried on that torch. When you get to Gen 4, Crobat continues being top tier in OU. Gen 5 is when Crobat took a big nerf.
NU. Crobat was without an OU niche in the 5th generation, but it made up for this by returning to UU and utterly excelling there. It wasn't broken, but it was an elite presence in a metagame in large part defined by its large swaths of fighting type offense, and it was
so a big part of it that really fucked over Crobat in Generation 5 with Black, White, Black 2, White 2 was Tyranitar and Gigalith with Sandstream ability, and Hippowdon as well. With that Sandstream ability, you're summoning out Sandstorm, but then there's other Pokemon that have, like, Sand Rush, which means their speed goes up in sand, or they have Sand Veil, which means they become harder to hit in sand. As well as all of that in Generation 5, Generation 5 introduced Smackdown, a rock type move that says if the Pokemon hit with this move survives a hit, it loses its flying or levitate ability. So, like, Crobat, if it got hit with Smackdown, would immediately get hit to the ground and would lose its flying type. It would become a mono poison type, which you just clean it up with Earthquake. So Crobat was still fast, but it really didn't have a lot of good counters. And then when you get to Generation 6, that's... No thanks. I don't care about your ad.
It could also take advantage of the defog buff in another way, as it...
So yeah, when you got to Generation 6, it started becoming gimmicky, and it was more utility than it was a fast attacker. Then you get to Generation 7.
UU for the 3rd consecutive generation. It has to be said though, not only was it not as good this time around, it wasn't nearly as good. In fact, it wound up being pretty mediocre, considered by some to even be outright bad. Its speed tier remained excellent, and in many...
So you have Pokemon like Mega Manectric, which regular Manectric was bad. And then once it got to its Mega ability, once it got its Mega evolution, it became top tier. Crobat is not in Scarlet and Violet, but still to this day, it went from being like a top tier Pokemon to being one of the bottom of the barrel, sadly. And then when it got to Generation 8, it got put even farther down because of the Dynamax.
Crobat rejoined proceedings in the Crown Tundra DLC and dropped further than it ever had before. Not to RU, as had previously been desired, but all the way to NU. This was more than a bit much for a Pokemon that previously made its trade excelling in UU, and was now in a world where there were not only no Megas or Z-moves, but where it didn't even have to worry about Stealth Rock anymore thanks to heavy-duty boots. It didn't just excel, it became effectively mandatory because of how it towered over everything. It also helped that it outsped.
But the only downside is it went from being a top tier Pokemon to being bottom of the barrel. So when it comes to the tiering for competitive Pokemon, to my understanding, there's OU, which is the top of the tier. There's UUBL, I don't know what that is. Anything Goes, which is above everything. Ubers, which is basically overused, which is OU. So basically it goes Anything Goes, Uber, overused, which is OU, underused, UU, rarely used, and then never used. And then underneath NU, never used, is poorly used, or PU, which is technically the second worst next to ZUs, which is zero use. To be put into RU is very fucking bad, because if you're put into rarely used, and you were one of the top tiers, yeah. So going back to the original point, because we're not going to sit down and watch all 32 minutes, it was really good. From Generation 2 to Generation 4, Crobat started to suffer in Generation 5 and 6, but then when Generation 7 hit with all of the Z crystals and then the Dynamaxing Generation 8, Crobat became bottom of the barrel. So that's why I think Crobat might need a Mega. Because stat-wise, still to this day, excuse me, it's still looking like that. So, say put a extra 100 in special defense, physical defense, and HP. It now becomes bulky, but it still keeps its original, speed, physical, and special attacks. Alright. Well, I'm actually going to call it now, because we did quite a bit of Donkey Kong. We've been doing quite a bit of talk about Pokemon, specifically Crobat, and why I think personally it should get Mega, but I'm going to go. I need to get a couple more things done, and I need to go take a nap. So thanks guys for watching, learning, and listening. I'll catch you guys later on. Been real. And yeah, have a good one too, Fed. All been great. And I will see you later. I will definitely do so, Fed. Thank you, and see you guys later.